Chapter 263. Yi Fan didn't mind their words. His joints cracked, and his body glowed with precious light. He had recovered his energy after fighting with the Little Eagle King. He was exhausted. Not long after, his eyes sparkled. His body was spotless, and his divine power surged. He had completely recovered. The Little Eagle King was exhausted, but many people were frightened. They were astounded. Yi Fan walked to the side. Tu Fei and the big black dog were talking about something. The Great Desolate Halberd is a demon weapon forged by a giant of the monster clan. It's a rare treasure. Even though it's sealed, it still has such power. Go and pick it up. The big black dog was urging Tu Fei. Why don't you go and pick it up? Tu Fei squinted at him. The Great Desolate Halberd was the weapon of the King of the Sky Rock race. It was passed down to the Little Eagle King. It was buried under the cliff, so no one dared to steal it. Only the big black dog had bad thoughts. He urged Tu Fei to steal it. I have the scripture of void. Go and get it without anyone knowing. Then, I'll teach you the supreme secret technique. The big black dog said seriously. Damn it. You damn dog, you're too evil. Even if you want to harm me, you can't be so obvious. Tu Fei was enraged. Why would I lie to you? I'll give you some benefits first. I'll recite a part of the scripture of void for you. Listen carefully. The big black dog recited the part of Yi Fan's scripture of void with a solemn face. Don't listen to him. This damn dog is the most dishonest one. He always wants to get something for nothing. Yi Fan walked over. Kid, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you say to close the door and release the dog? The big black dog bared his teeth. Behave yourself. Don't make trouble. Yi Fan sent him a message secretly. Don't forget why you came here. Boom. Suddenly, a demonic energy shot up into the sky. Golden light dazzled the eyes. The Little Eagle King woke up. With a long cry, he turned into the true form of a golden bird that was dozens of meters long. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. Brother Peng, don't be agitated. Your body has been injured and you need to rest. Qingyi transmitted sound, fearing that he would explode with rage and do something extreme. This crazy birdman. How could his body be so strong? He can still fly even though he has so many broken bones. Tu Fei was startled, looking at the sky. At this moment, the seal on the Little Peng King had been removed. As a cultivator of the four ultimate secret realms, the aura he emitted was terrifying. His injuries were indeed severe. His body swayed and he almost fell down. The Peng figure flickered, and he turned into human form. His face was gloomy as he swept his eyes over the land below. Little Peng King, how do you feel? Hurry up and find a place to recuperate and heal your wounds, one of the Yao cultivators advised. Golden-winged Little Peng King had a robust body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared coldly at Yi Fan. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Great Desolate Halberd that had fallen to the bottom of the cliff turned into a beam of dark light that shot into the skies, returning to his hand. Many people felt their hearts tighten. Cyan Yi asked, Golden-winged Little Peng King, what are you doing? The golden-winged Little Peng King didn't say anything. He glanced at Yi Fan and then turned into a beam of golden light that shot into the horizon, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, a small monster came to report that the golden-winged Little Peng King had left this space. The great battle had finally come to an end. The monster cultivators gradually dispersed. Yi Fan and Tu Fei returned to Cyan Yi's mansion. Although you defeated the golden-winged Little Peng King, you shouldn't stay here for too long. There must be many people coveting your furnace, Tu Fei said in a low voice. Yi Fan was well aware that after the matter with the golden-winged Little Peng King, others might not come here openly, but staying here for too long would be dangerous. I know. He nodded. He had to solve Pang Bo's matter in the shortest time possible. Not long after, Yen Ryu appeared in Cyan Yi's mansion. She also hinted to Yi Fan that he shouldn't stay here for too long. Princess Yen, I believe you must be able to guess the reason why I've come here. Yi Fan was so serious. I only have one request. I want to see Pang Bo. It's been so many years since we parted. I haven't seen him yet. I'm afraid it's not possible. He can't get out of his seclusion for 3 months. We can't disturb him now. Yen Ryu shook her head. Yi Fan was startled. Time was tight. After 3 months, the real Pang Bo would not be in this world anymore. You mean, the one in the Immortal Hall? Cyan Yi was surprised. Yen Ryu nodded and didn't say more. The Immortal Hall? Is it the ancient hall that the Blue Flood Dragon King got? Tu Fei was surprised. It seemed the people here didn't want to talk about this topic. They just nodded, but no one explained in detail. Little brother Yi, if you want to stay here, you can come to my mansion, said Yen Ryu. She used her white hand to comb her long hair. Her delicate face was flawless. Yi Fan understood that she meant well. She was afraid that he would be schemed against and that the source root of all beings would be stolen. Thus, she invited him there. I can't ask for more. Thank you, Fairy Yen, for your kindness. Tu Fei agreed on her behalf. Then, I will have to trouble Princess Yen. Yi Fan nodded. The big black dog was quiet, but a light flashed in his eyes. He came here for the ancient scriptures. Entering the mansion of the Monster King's descendant was exactly what he wanted. The small worlds created by the ancient sages were all different. Some were lifeless, while others were full of vitality. The small ones were dozens of feet wide, while the big ones were hundreds of miles wide. The small world that the Blue Flood Dragon King found was more than 200 miles wide. It was vast. After he entered, many members of the monster clan gathered here. In fact, after the monster clan transformed into humans, they weren't much different from humans. Even their living habits were similar. There was a monster city in this small world. It wasn't big, but it was bustling. People sold spiritual medicines, precious chi source, and traded materials for weapons. Yen Ryu's cave residence had a beautiful scenery. It was situated in a beautiful mountain range around a dozen miles away from the monster city. The silver waterfalls were like a chain, and the grass and trees were luxuriant. Each mountain peak had a palace and many empty buildings. It wasn't a problem to arrange a place for them to stay. They had special small monsters to take care of them. Yi Fan chose a quiet place. The pine forest on this mountain peak was like a painting. The palace was hidden in the middle of the forest. Spring water was murmuring. They walked around and landed at the foot of the mountain. What kind of place is the Immortal Palace? When no one was around, Yi Fan asked Tu Fei. It's an ancient palace left by the ancient sages. The Blue Flood Dragon King got it. Cultivating there can slow down the aging of one's lifespan. It has the magical effect of immortality. Really? Yi Fan was surprised. At the same time, his heart shuddered. Didn't this property provide the other existence in Pang Bo's body with the hope of surviving? The Immortal Palace is mysterious indeed. The Blue Flood Dragon King has been trying to understand the complicated patterns on it to obtain the secret of immortality. This is a priceless treasure. The big black dog's eyes brightened. Carve the patterns on it. It will be useful in the future. Go away. Tu Dezui was still worried about being bitten by a dog. Damn, kid, you better respect me. In the future, you'll have to beg me, the big black dog said with a dark face. Yi Fan quickly interrupted them. Otherwise, a fight between a man and a dog would ensue. Where is the Immortal Palace? Can you take me to see it? Tu Fei was startled. Little Yi, what do you want to do? Don't try anything funny. That's the Blue Flood Dragon King's treasure. You'll cause a big disaster. Don't worry. I won't mess around. Yi Fan smiled. Tu Fei was worthy of his big mouth. He couldn't control his mouth and told Shi Yan about the immortal palace. He pointed at the sky and said, "Do you see those clouds? The immortal palace is floating above them." The immortal palace. Yi Fan was surprised. It won't sink. It's very mysterious. It's the palace left by the ancient sages. Tu Dazui couldn't hide anything. Yi Fan understood the details. He rubbed his chin and didn't say anything else. "Little Yi, don't mess around," Tu Fei warned him. Although this world was a space opened up by the ancient sages, there was still day and night. After a pearl of fire that had been artificially refined into a flame sunk, it became night. Late at night, Yi Fan and the big black dog quietly gathered together. They then flew to the sky and watched the ancient palace floating above the clouds. This was a very ancient palace. It was a little dilapidated. Around it, many meteorites quietly floated. It was very strange. "Did you see anything?" Yi Fan asked in a low voice. "It's not good. I don't know what's inside the ancient palace, but there are 18 layers of restrictions outside, and they are covered with dense Tao patterns." Yi Fan frowned. This was not good news. The big black dog continued, "Look at those clouds. The floating meteorites are very strange. They are carved with very powerful Tao patterns. Only powerful warriors can break them. So, we can't get in? Who am I? There are no Tao patterns that I can't break." The big black dog said proudly. "You are bragging. I wonder who was trapped in the broken cloud mountain for 18 years and almost became black soil." When the large black dog heard this, a resentful expression instantly appeared on his face, and he said, "Don't mention those old and useless things. Can you really break these 18 layers of restrictions?" Yi Fan didn't believe him. After the experience at the Jade Lake, he felt the big black dog was not reliable. "I've seen these restrictions before. I know how to break them. The only problem is that I need some materials." "What materials do you need? What plan do you have?" Yi Fan asked. "I need some precious materials to carve some Tao patterns and break the restrictions here." The big black dog listed a long list of materials. "That's difficult. Where can we find them? If you don't have materials, it's fine if you have enough source." "How many source?" "At least a few cubic meters," the big black dog said indifferently. 1 cubic meter is 3,300 kilograms. A few cubic meters. You make it sound easy. Don't you have 2 cubic meters? It should be enough if you use them sparingly. Stupid dog, after all this, you want the source on me? In such an important place, they didn't dare to act rashly. Without full confidence, they wouldn't enter the old palace. In the dead of night, when Yi Fan returned to his room, he sensed someone in the room. "Who is it?" A bell-like laughter traveled over, and a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was a woman. The candlelight flickered, and a familiar figure walked over gracefully. Her long dress trailed on the ground, and a pair of slender legs could be faintly seen. Her waist was round and slender, and her arms were half naked, pink and translucent. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and she had a charming face. She was very enchanting, with curves that could be described as devilish. She had the face of an angel, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows that shone with a divine glow. "It's you." Yi Fan recognized her at first glance. She was the seductive Qin Yao. Qin Yao smiled lightly, and her eyes moved alluringly. She said, "Why aren't you in your room so late at night? Where did you go?" "I went for a walk in the pine forest." "Lies. Little guy, you came here with evil intentions." Yi Fan laughed loudly, and said, "I came to fulfill my promise. I came for a massacre. What do you know, little brat?" Qin Yao was a real seductress. She rolled her eyes at him, and she was very charming. Chapter 264. "Can I take it as you encouraging me to put it into action?" Yi Fan said with a smile, his eyes slightly aggressive. Outside the window, ancient pines stood tall, and clear springs flowed. It was very tranquil. Candlelight flickered in the room, and Qin Yao sat on a rattan chair. Her silk dress outlined her alluring curves. Her eyes were like water, and she said, "Don't change the subject. Where did you go just now? You don't even trust your old lover, and you doubt me like this. It really hurts me." Yi Fan pulled a rattan chair over and sat beside her. "You're just a little brat, old lover." Qin Yao laughed softly. Her white arms were half naked, and her skin was sparkling. She combed her hair, and said, "How did you come to the North region?" "The people from the Yaoguang Holy Land kindly sent me here. I searched for your whereabouts non-stop, and finally found the Blue Flood Dragon King's secluded residence." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him, and said, "You haven't grown up, but your mouth has become slippery. You have to have confidence in your own charm." Yi Fan stretched lazily on the rattan chair, and said, "It's late. Let's go rest." Qin Yao smiled, and her sexy red lips shone with a seductive luster. She reached out a jade-like hand to pinch Yi Fan's cheek, and said, "Little brat, don't change the subject with such a glib tongue." Yi Fan grabbed that smooth jade-like hand, and pulled her in front of him. He said, "You don't believe me even when I'm telling the truth? My eyes are blinded." At this moment, the large black dog opened the bead curtain, and just happened to walk in. Seeing this scene, he mumbled, "I didn't see anything. You guys continue." After saying this, he raised his bald tail, and swaggered out. "Pa!" Qin Yao slapped away Yi Fan's hand, turned around lightly, and sat back on the rattan chair, laughing non-stop. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by this damned dog. "This guy is taking revenge on me." Yi Fan shook his head, and said angrily, "Good your head." Qin Yao yawned delicately, and said, "You really made a name for yourself today. You even broke dozens of bones of the arrogant little Peking. You really dared to do it." "Why not? If I didn't go all out, I would have been the one dead," Yi Fan said indifferently, and took a sip of the tea on the table. "The little Peking is such a character that he has never been defeated since he started. Yet, he was suppressed by the sacred body of the sacred body of the sacred body. Your name must be spread, and be known by many." At this point, Qin Yao shook her head slightly and said, "It's a shame that you have the sacred body of the ancients. You can only go further in the Holy Palace. Otherwise, your future would be limitless. Nothing is absolute. Who knows, I might be able to break the curse and enter the 4 extreme mystic realms," Yi Fan casually said. "You should be more realistic. Even the families of the clan of the ancients can't afford to raise a sacred body. You don't have any background, and you're cultivating alone. You know a lot about the sacred body of the ancients. Can you tell me more?" Yi Fan asked. Qin Yao's black hair was loose, covering half of her snow-white neck. Her pretty face was pink, and she said, "I don't know much about this type of body, but I've seen another sacred body of the ancients. I'm not sure if it would be of help to you." "What?" When Yi Fan heard this, he jumped up. He was extremely shocked. "It's just a corpse." Qin Yao's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her waist twisted like a water snake, and she yawned, and said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to bed now." "Goddess Qin Yao, you can't just say half of it. Where is the corpse of the sacred body of the ancients?" Qin Yao stood up and stretched lazily. She yawned and said, "Right here in this little world." Chapter 265. The fact that there was the remains of a sacred body of the ancients in this small world deeply surprised Yi Fan, which made him think of many things. He said, "Take me there." "Come on, it's the middle of the night. Why are we going to see a corpse? Even if you don't find it weird, I find it depressing." Qin Yao twisted her slender waist as she walked out of the room. She was like a snake belle. She looked extremely alluring. "When can you take me there?" Yi Fan gradually calmed down. "That corpse is not something you can see just because you want to. Unless Princess Yen goes with you, you won't be able to see it." Qin Yao stopped. Why? Yi Fan asked. Qin Yao's hair was loose, her skin was pink, and her expression was delicate. She glanced at him and said, "The corpse of the sacred body of the ancients is rare in this world in terms of toughness. It can be refined into a great weapon and is very precious. Now that it's in the treasury, ordinary people will naturally not be able to see it. Moreover, the sacred body of the ancients has many secrets." This, refining the sacred body of the ancients into a weapon? Yi Fan rubbed his chin, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Are you afraid now? You'd better be careful. Although you're only in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, judging from your performance during the day, your body is already strong enough. It's even tougher than a divine weapon, making it an excellent material for crafting." Damn it. Yi Fan could not help but curse. He thought of the problems he might face in the future, where even his body might be coveted by others. Qin Yao teased, "That's why I said you're still worth a lot of money now. If you really can't do it, you can sell your body. I'm sure someone will be willing to pay a high price for it." "Why would I sell my body? If you want it, I'll take a little loss and marry you," Yi Fan teased. "Can you let me craft something?" Qin Yao retorted. "You're too ruthless. Otherwise, what use would I have for it?" Yi Fan put on a straight face and asked, "Where was this sacred body found?" "I found it in this small world. When you have time, I can ask the princess to take you there." Qin Yao yawned and covered her mouth with her hand. "All right, I'm going to sleep. I have space here. The bed is big enough." Yi Fan crossed his arms and smiled. "Go to hell, little brat." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. Twisting her beautiful body, she gracefully left. Early in the morning, a ball of fire slowly rose from the east, sprinkling down the morning glow. Yi Fan couldn't find Qin Yao. He called Tu Fei and asked him to go to Monster City. "I say, little Yi, why are you running around for no reason? You are a piece of fat meat now. Aren't you afraid that some old demon will be thinking about you?" "I want to collect some refining materials and forge my own weapon," Yi Fan replied. Tu Fei rolled his eyes. "Don't you have a cauldron? Why do you need to forge weapons? Many people are jealous now. Do you think I can take it out and use it so casually? You don't need to be in such a hurry, right?" Tu Fei was suspicious. "Take me there quickly. I also want to see what Monster City looks like." Yi Fan called the big black dog. This time, he was going to collect materials to break the immortal hull. Monster City wasn't big, but it was bustling. When the sun rose high in the sky, Yi Fan and the others entered the city. There were many shops on both sides of the street. Most of them sold spiritual medicines and weapons. There were many monster cultivators around. In the city, there were many strange people. For example, some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their ribs, and some had tails. Many monster cultivators kept some of their race's characteristics and didn't transform into human shapes. Three-legged golden toad. The big black dog stared at a monster cultivator not far from them and mumbled, "Its blood is good for refining medicine." "Damn it, don't think about it. This is Monster City. Your words will cause public anger," Tu Fei scolded. "Who do you think I am? Why would I want it? I just said it casually. Speaking of which, if it's used to refine medicine, Sky Rock's blood is better. Don't be cocky. Behave yourself," Yi Fan warned. "What materials do you want?" Tu Fei asked. "Star stone, dark ice jade, divine blood soil." Yi Fan listed a long list of names. They were all provided by the big black dog. "I say, little Yi, what materials are these? They are all rare and strange. It's not easy to find them." Tu Fei shook his head. "They aren't top-grade materials. I should be able to find them in Monster City," Yi Fan said. They walked along the street and asked one shop after another. In the end, they only found a dozen materials. However, the big black dog listed 36 materials. The difference was huge. "This is the Blue Flood Dragon King's place of seclusion. Monster City can't even find these materials. Yi Fan didn't understand. The key is that the materials you listed are too rare. They are not used normally. Of course, it's hard to find them. Speaking of this, Two-Face seemed to remember something. He said, "Oh right, there is a place in the city that we haven't visited yet. It's a free trading area. There are many rare and strange things there. Okay, let's go there." This free trading area was in the northern part of Monster City. There were many people here. It was similar to a human market. Many people came here to look for treasures. There were many stalls selling all kinds of rare and strange materials. This is a scam. They just dug up an old tree root and they dare to sell it as dragon blood wood. Yi Fan was speechless. In the stall in front of them, there was a red sandalwood table with an old tree root. The stall owner boasted shamelessly, saying that it was the rare dragon bloodwood root. Those who are willing to take the beating are willing to take the beating. That's the rule here. Sometimes, there are really some good things. That's why many people come here to look for treasures, Two-Face explained. They came to another stall. There was a rag on the ground with 3 fist-sized stones on it. They were as red as blood and were polished until they were translucent. They looked really good. Aren't those red pebbles picked up from the river? He dares to sell them as chalcedony. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. No, buy them. The big black dog said hurriedly. Yi Fan was moved. He asked the seller, "How much are these 3 stones?" "1 for 5 kilograms of source stone." This monster clan cultivator first looked at their clothes and then quoted a price. Obviously, he was judging by the person. Why don't you rob someone? These 3 broken stones are obviously a scam. Two-Face stopped Yi Fan and said, "These are stones from the river. Don't buy them." The big black dog was anxious. He bit Two-Face's calf, almost making Two-Face stagger. "Damn it. Damn dog, you bit me again." Two-Face was enraged. A fight between a man and a dog was about to start. Yi Fan hurried to stop him. "I want these 3 stones." Right at this moment, Qin Yao appeared with a fragrant wind. She squatted down and grabbed a red stone. The big black dog let go of Two-Face and jumped over. Qin Yao was startled, quickly retreating. The big black dog put the remaining red stone under his paw. "I like that one." The big black dog bared his teeth at Qin Yao. "You like it, but you didn't buy it." Qin Yao chuckled. She threw 2 source stones to the stall owner and said, "I'll buy it." Yi Fan knew that this stone wasn't an ordinary item. He also threw 5 kilograms of source stones to the stall owner. "Aren't these just pebbles from the river?" Two-Face didn't understand. "What do you know? These are monster blood stones." The big black dog was angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of light, putting the red stone away. "What? Monster blood stones? I'm not selling them." The stall owner wanted to back out, but Qin Yao and the big black dog quickly put them away. Legend had it that the monster blood stones were formed from the blood essence of ancient monsters after they died. This kind of thing wasn't really rare. After all, many years had passed, and the blood essence was almost gone. However, it had some special effects. It could be used to refine one's own demon blood and refine one's bones. The big black dog's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Now that they were in the territory of the demon clan, he knew the severity of the situation, so he didn't do anything to Qin Yao. "Little girl, your cultivation level isn't high enough. You're still far from being able to undergo blood transfusion and rebirth. Why don't you trade with me?" the big black dog said. Qin Yao let out a bell-like laugh and said, "This kind of thing can only be found by chance. I can't use it now, but I can save it for later." The big black dog became even more depressed. The stall owner beside him was also full of regret. "Why are you here?" Yi Fan asked. "I often come here to look for treasures." Why are you running around? Qin Yao asked. I want to buy some crafting materials. I've already asked the princess. She said that she can let you see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients, Qin Yao said with a smile. What? The sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered? The big black dog's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it can definitely be used to craft an ultimate weapon. Yi Fan wanted to punch him. Brat, don't glare at me. I don't want a sacred body of a holy palace secret realm like you. I won't do anything to you, the big black dog muttered softly. I'll go with you to visit Princess Yen later. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude to Qin Yao. After wandering around the free market for more than an hour, Yi Fan had collected more than a dozen materials. He was only missing 8. You can come back in a few days. Maybe you'll find something else, Tu Fei said. Yi Fan nodded. He was already very satisfied. He had found 28 materials in such a short time in the Demon City, which was beyond his expectations. If he really could not gather all of them, he could use the source to make up for it. At most, he would just squander it. He had to save Pang Bo no matter what. We'll move tonight. Let's go see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients now. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the big black dog, asking him to think about how to inscribe Dao patterns on the materials. Don't worry. I'll be done in an hour. Yi Fan was relieved to hear the big black dog's reply. He then went to visit Yen Ruyu in a relaxed mood. Yen Ruyu's residence was filled with spiritual qi like a dragon, surrounded by auspicious lights. She was flawless, like the most exquisite masterpiece of heaven. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The remains of the sacred body of the ancients are in the Green Drake King's treasure vault. Although I can take you in to see it, you can't stay too long. Thank you very much. Yi Fan thanked her. It was obvious that Yen Ryu had a high status here. She was even allowed to enter the Green Drake King's treasure vault. The ancient sages opened up this small world and left behind some ruins. The Green Drake King's cave was built in these ruins. It was a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. There were jade palaces on the peak, as if they had arrived at the celestial court. Apart from Yen Ryu and Yi Fan, Qin Yao, Tu Fei, and the big black dog also followed them. Yen Ryu stopped in front of a huge palace. This was a forbidden area, and trespassers would be killed without mercy. There were some old demons personally guarding this place, and even Yen Ryu was very polite to them. A few of the old demons were obviously nearing the end of their lifespans. They were so old that they were unrecognizable. Their wrinkles were so thick that even their eyes were sealed. Their snow-white eyebrows were half a foot long, and their heads were completely bald. Some of them were sweeping the floor, some were planting flowers, and some were playing chess. They worked slowly in the courtyard like ordinary old people. However, no one dared to look down on them. These old demons were all the old subordinates of the Green Drake King. Even though their lifespans were nearing the end of their lifespans, their strength was shocking. If they were angered, they could sweep through an entire region. The old demons looked deeply at Yi Fan, and then did not say anything. They opened the thick white jade door. In an instant, spiritual qi rushed out like a tide. The inside was shining brilliantly, so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. When they walked in, the white jade door that was more than a meter thick instantly closed with a rumble. However, the inside of the treasure vault was not dark, and it was as bright as day. Motherf asterisk Ker, it's all treasures. The big black dog wanted to jump into the pile of treasures, but he still resisted the urge. The treasure vault was very large, and there were a total of 9 palaces. Brilliant light shone, and there were precious treasures everywhere, making one feel as if they were in a dream. The golden holy sword had thousands of streaks of sword chi. It was golden and dazzling, and it hung in the air by itself. Its killing intent was boundless, and it was dazzling. The crimson blood demonic spear was like a curtain of blood, beautiful and sharp. It was fixed in midair, and divine power flowed around it, making one unable to look at it directly. The purple copper divine bell shone with divine light, and purple chi curled around it. It hung there, and the sound of the bell was long and melodious, shaking on its own. It was like the heavenly sound of a desolate era that tore through time and space from ancient times. The coiling dragon-treasured cauldron was simple and unadorned, suppressing the void. True dragons coiled around its surface, and the patterns on it were profound and unfathomable. It was filled with a mysterious power. The precious treasures of the sects and the weapons were all rare treasures. It was a feast for one's eyes, and they were deeply shocked. These are all precious treasures. The Green Drake King is too rich, and he really deserves to be robbed. The big black dog muttered softly, speaking his innermost thoughts. Yi Fan glared at him fiercely. This damned dog was too greedy, and it wanted to snatch treasures wherever it went. Tu Fei was also tongue-tied, and he said, "So many treasures, and the 9 palaces are all piled up. How much is this worth?" Apart from the weapons, there were also many precious materials that shone brilliantly and dazzlingly. Isn't that blood dragon wood? This is definitely real. It's not the tree root that you see in the street stalls. The big black dog licked his lips. In front of them, a blood-red light shone, and a withered tree that looked like a true dragon appeared. It was crimson and sparkled, and it had the shape of a dragon. There's a divine phoenix herb sealed in that jade disc. It's priceless. Tu Fei exclaimed in surprise. In the white jade disc, the divine phoenix herb was incomparably beautiful. Multicolored light shot out, and it vaguely formed the shape of a phoenix. What orb is this? Yi Fan saw a massive orb that was as big as a human head. There were tens of thousands of auspicious lights curling around it, and it hovered in the air, bobbing up and down. This is a flood dragon orb, a rare treasure. The big black dog's heart itched uncomfortably, and he really wanted to pounce over and swallow it. Refined copper essence, 5-colored ancient vines, star meteoric iron. All kinds of materials shone brightly. The treasure trove had everything, and it made people want to grab them all. There were countless rare treasures, and it was a treasure trove that lived up to its name. The collection of a powerful figure of the demon clan was truly dazzling and shocking. Soon, Yi Fan was attracted by a mysterious aura, and he couldn't help but walk toward the deepest part of the treasure trove. The treasures around him suddenly dimmed, and only that aura deeply tugged at his heart. He stepped into the 9th level of the treasure palace, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. There were even more treasures here, and they were piled up into a small mountain, dazzling and dazzling. At the very center, there was a cold corpse that sat cross-legged and motionless. Although its flesh and blood had dried up, it hadn't decayed, and it was tightly attached to its bones. The body is actually indestructible. The big black dog and Tu Fei were both astonished. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was like a clay sculpture, unmoving and fixed on the spot. Chapter 266. The long and melodious bronze bell, the floating ancient cauldron, the dazzling gold pagoda, and the magnificent 9th palace were all splendid. Many kinds of rare treasures were sparkling. At first glance, one could tell they weren't ordinary items. Many of them were weapons that the big shots had refined personally. They were radiating with terrifying energy fluctuations. However, none of these could attract Yi Fan's attention. In his eyes, there was only the dry corpse. There was an unknown attraction between the two of them. He seemed to see another version of himself. His blood had dried up, and he was sitting in meditation. Eventually, he had become an icy corpse, sitting cross-legged. It was a strange illusion created by touching the same kind. It gave him a strange feeling. His soul seemed to travel back to the ancient time, entering the corpse and feeling some kind of emotion. After a long time, Yi Fan woke up from his dream. He walked forward step by step. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the corpse was still intact. It sat cross-legged in the middle of the treasures. Although there was no divine halo around it, it was more attractive than all the other treasures. The dried flesh and strong bones had an immortal power that seemed to travel through time and space to reach him. When this man sat cross-legged, he didn't look old. He looked like a middle-aged man. Even his hair was black and thick, draping over his dry body. The corpse's back was straight like a real dragon flying in the sky. It gave people an immortal feeling. The head didn't lower but looked straight ahead. Boom! When Yifan got closer, when he was less than 10 feet away from the corpse, the desolate ancient corpse trembled, and the light from the surrounding treasures dimmed. The people behind him were frightened. They retreated with disbelief. Only Yifan stood there without moving. He didn't feel any danger. What's going on? Little Yezi, don't go there, said Tu Fei. It's okay. Yifan walked to the sacred body of the ancients and studied it quietly. Boom! The withered remains of the divine body shook once again, and some of the treasures in the surroundings actually shattered. This ice-cold corpse was like an immortal divine statue. Why is it like that? Is he still alive? Tu Fei felt his hair rising. Yan Ruyu shook her head and said, it's impossible for it to be alive. No one in this world can live for so long. The Green Flood Dragon King speculated that this skeleton has existed for at least several tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes flickered, and he said, this isn't the sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered. Otherwise, all those treasures just now would have been reduced to dust with a single tremor. Bang! The sacred body's remains shuddered again. With a flash of green light, a green lotus appeared by Yifan's side. It only had 3 leaves, and it seemed to be in harmony with the saying, Tao begets one, and 3 begets all things. Whoosh! The green lotus moved and disappeared in an instant, disappearing into the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. Holy *T. Is he going to come back to life? Little Yi, are you okay? Tu Fei screamed. Yan Ruyu and Qin Yao's expressions changed as well. Could this ice-cold corpse really be alive? How was this possible? No one in this world could live for tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment, and his bald tail stood up on end. I'm fine. Don't come any closer. Yifan was also shocked. The green lotus that accompanied his sea of reincarnation actually rushed into the corpse. At that moment, he sensed a solidified sea of reincarnation. It was a desolate place, and his green lotus bloomed with a green light inside. It was also a golden sea of bitterness, but it was almost dried up. The remaining bit of gold had also become cold and hard. It was not a sea, but more like yellow earth. This remains really is an indestructible body. He was shocked. Not only did it look indestructible on the outside, but it also looked like the inside of the body. It was just that it had shriveled and lost its life, turning into a withered body. Whoosh! Part of Yifan's mind seemed to have left his body and entered the green lotus, sinking into the corpse. It was as if his soul had left his body. How did this happen? I'm inside his body. Yifan did not know why this was happening, and it shocked him quite a bit. Since ancient times, people did not know what would happen when 2 saint physiques met. This was because this kind of physique was too rare. After a long period of time, the understanding of it was even more limited. It was very difficult to imagine that this kind of strange situation would happen when Yifan met with a saint physique's corpse. In the dried-up sea of reincarnation, the green lotus swayed, sprinkling out specks of green splendor, spreading out a wisp of vitality. Yifan's heart trembled. He felt as if he could activate this physical body. The aura of vitality spread out in the desolate sea of reincarnation, and the dried-up golden sea seemed to have a wisp of vitality. Of course, this was all caused by the green lotus. There was actually a ripple in the golden sea, and a bit of divine power spread out. This human body's secret realm was no longer dark, and it became bright. What's going on? Yifan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and he did not stop all this from happening. He quietly watched the changes. At the same time, the sea of bitterness in Yifan's main body shone brightly. The golden sea surged, lightning interweaved, and vitality surged. Shi Yan could feel the changes in his body clearly. He didn't lose the connection with his body. His mind seemed to be divided into two parts, and he was in two different bodies. The green lotus sent his divine power into the corpse. The dried sea of reincarnation's vitality became more abundant as if it was about to be revived. Eventually, the sea of reincarnation of the Saint Physique's corpse rippled with gold waves. Yi Fan was truly shocked. A corpse that was already cold, the divine body that had been extinct for who knew how many years actually had this type of transformation. It left him feeling that this was inconceivable. How could it be? He's dead. How could I activate the sea of gold? At this moment, some people not far from them were also astounded. At this moment, they saw the dried body sitting cross-legged in the treasury radiate with dazzling light. The Saint Physique's corpse was like a god, radiating dreamy light. The undying gold body emitted brilliant lights as if it was about to be revived. Little brother Yi, are you okay? Yen Ruyu's body was crystal clear, and her palms were dazzling. She was about to use her ultimate weapon. Little Yi, what happened? How do you feel? Come back quickly. Tu Fei said. Yi Fan, what's wrong? Qin Yao asked. Part of Yi Fan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and the other part was in his body. He could sense everything clearly. I'm fine. Don't do anything. Let me study it carefully. As long as the sacred body of the ancients is successful, it will be indestructible and can be refined into a great weapon. There are also many secrets, the big black dog mumbled. Even without it saying it, everyone present knew that the sacred body of the ancients could be refined into an ultimate weapon. The Green Flood Dragon King didn't do anything because it wanted to figure out other secrets. Maybe it could find some visions of the sacred body. Bang! The sacred body of the ancient's corpse shook slightly. The sea of reincarnation shone brightly. Under the swaying of the green lotus, the dried sea of gold became brighter and brighter, and the waves surged. Yi Fan couldn't believe it. It was a corpse. He felt that it was very similar to his own body. Why was it like this? All of a sudden, he saw something in the sea of gold. There was a broken bell and a broken spear. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Those were the weapons of the deceased, which had decayed and perished in the sea of bitterness. With a divine bell on his head and a spear in his hand, he looked down on the world. One could imagine how graceful the sacred body of the ancients would be when wielding these two weapons. Even the weapons are destroyed, but the corpse is still intact. This body is indeed powerful. Yi Fan was quite surprised. It was obvious that the spear and the bell were not weapons of the ultimate path. Otherwise, they would have existed forever. He searched carefully, hoping to find something valuable in the sea of reincarnation. Boom! The sacred body of the ancient's corpse shook, and the waves in the sea of reincarnation became even more violent. Not far away, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At that moment, the corpse was flowing with vitality as if it was alive. Even the shriveled flesh had a sparkling luster. He was shrouded in halos and looked extremely sacred. He sat there with his legs crossed, looking solemn and dignified, like an immortal god. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning intertwined in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body's corpse, and the sea of gold became even more dazzling. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the green lotus sank into the sea, swaying and glowing as if it was going to take root here. Yi Fan's heart tightened. This was the mysterious divine lotus that he had cultivated. If it took root here, what would that mean? Boom! All of a sudden, the divine power contained in the sea of reincarnation rushed into the limbs and bones of this body, surging like a raging tide. Yi Fan suddenly had a strange illusion. This body was like his own body, and he felt as if he could control it. The green lotus swayed, and green light flashed. With a thought, he moved one of his fingers. This was not his finger, but the corpse's. However, it moved under his will. The green lotus swayed and took root in the sea of reincarnation. Green light spilled out, shaking out even more divine power. With a thought, Yi Fan suddenly raised an arm. Not far away, everyone, including the large black dog, was shocked. The sacred body that had been dead for many years was actually moving. Boom! More divine power surged out of his sea of reincarnation. With a flash of thought, Yi Fan suddenly stood up. His movements did not slow down at all. This is... Heavens, what happened? Tu Fei was tongue-tied. Yen Ryu's palm flashed with light, and the power of the extreme path surged out, pressing forward. Don't attack. I don't know what happened, but it won't be dangerous. Yi Fan's real body said hurriedly, blocking them. At the same time, his mind, which was in the corpse, felt very natural, as if it was in his own body. He didn't feel very comfortable. Under the power of the extreme path, with a thought, the sea of reincarnation clanged, and the broken golden divine bell flew out, hovering above his head, bobbing up and down. At the same time, a broken green battle spear appeared in his hand. It was extremely heavy, and terrifying waves shook out. Yi Fan, you. What did you do? How did this corpse come back to life? Tu Fei backed away in shock. The large black dog's eyes were also filled with shock and doubt. He said, "Damn, the sacred body of the ancients is the most mysterious. Even a corpse is so strange." Although Yen Ryu had retracted the power of the extreme path, the light in her palm was not withdrawn. She was always on guard. Yi Fan's real body and the corpse stood opposite each other. They looked at each other. It was a strange feeling, because they were both him at the moment. Suddenly, he was shocked. After the divine power in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body of the ancients overflowed, it began to circulate according to some mysterious path. The broken golden divine bell above Yi Fan's head, and the broken green battle spear in his hand. He sensed the aura of the great path, and his combat strength surged. This withered body was immortal and indestructible. It had been preserved until now, and there was no obstruction in the circulation of divine power. It was very smooth. This is a mental cultivation method of the great path. I might obtain some kind of inheritance. Yi Fan was shocked. If the sea of reincarnation was like this, would other secret realms of the human body be like this? This corpse could very well be a priceless treasure. Chapter 267. This body was dry and indestructible. Essence chi flowed without any hindrance and had the aura of the great path. Yi Fan was as still as a rock. His mind was immersed in the golden body without moving an inch, capturing the Tao rhythm and grasping the circulation route. He felt that this might be an immortal inheritance. If he could obtain it, it might be of great benefit to his cultivation. After all, it was a sacred body of the ancients, which was the same kind as him. Essence chi coiled like a dragon. It was a mysterious method with a mysterious circulation route, like a dragon crossing the ocean and breaking the waves. Yi Fan carefully captured it, memorized its trajectory, and estimated its power. He compared it with his own cultivation method and verified it. No. He observed it for a moment. The essence chi circulation path of this great path method was unusual, and it was a little different. This is not an orthodox cultivation method. He compared it with the sea of reincarnation scripture and realized that it did not look like a cultivation method, but more like a secret technique. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. His consciousness became ethereal. He grasped it carefully and tried to figure it out. He found it more and more mysterious. This is a secret cultivation method for a single secret realm. He was shocked and came to such a conclusion after comparing it with the legends. Some ancient cultivators only cultivated one secret realm and would never step into other secret realms for the rest of their lives. Legend had it that ancient powerhouses who cultivated only one secret realm would experience a transformation of 9 lifetimes and 9 deaths. In the end, they would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, returning to the great perfection. As soon as they came out, the clouds in all directions moved and strange phenomena shot into the sky. Of course, this was the result of many years. Sometimes, it would take a lifetime and not a single step. Cultivating in a single secret realm not only required a powerful cultivation method, but also some ancient secret techniques to complement it. Yi Fan was very curious and wanted to understand what this cultivation path was all about. Today, he actually got a glimpse of such an ancient secret technique. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the entire Eastern Barren territory. The Sea of Reincarnation scripture scroll he obtained was the strongest cultivation method in this secret realm and could be used to cultivate a single secret realm. However, he had always lacked a secret technique to complement it. Now that he had a glimpse of the mystery of the Great Path, he felt a little excited. He felt the aura of the Great Path, which was enough to prove that the mystery of this secret technique was comparable to and matched with the Tao scripture. The sacred body of the ancients had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Although it was immortal, it was not a living body after all. At this moment it was inexplicably revived, but its original mantra was not activated. However, this secret technique was activated along with the essence, which was enough to explain everything. This was the most precious treasury, an unmatched great Tao secret method, comparable to the Tao scripture. Yi Fan collected his thoughts, silently comprehending and seriously observing, slowly imprinting the circulation route of this secret technique into his sea of consciousness. As someone with the sacred body of the ancients, it was difficult for him to go far in the current world. The Holy Ji Palace had cut off his path of advancement, and even sacred grounds were unable to withstand the massive amount of source. Even though he grasped the origin heavenly book, it was still extremely difficult, almost impossible to achieve. After all, the astronomical figure was just too great. Now that he obtained this great Tao secret technique, he had another choice. This sacred body's remains had an undying flesh. Its withered body overflowed with sparkling radiance, making the people not far away extremely shocked. "Little Yi, are you sure it's okay?" asked Tu Fei. "Brat, do you like that corpse?" the large black dog asked suspiciously. Even though Yi Fan was at a critical moment and was seriously exploring this great Tao secret method, he still responded patiently. Otherwise, he was worried that these people would make a move on him. After all, this sacred body's remains were too shocking. He controlled it to stand up, with the divine bell above his head and the lapis halberd in his hand. It was as if he had come back to life. "I'm fine. You guys don't have to worry. I have the same type of physique as him, and the same source chi is connected. I'll try and see if I can find anything." He had no idea why the two of them were like this. It would be too far-fetched to say that their auras were connected. Perhaps it could be attributed to the mystery of the sacred body of the ancients. The scene at the moment was indeed a little strange. A person who had been dead for tens of thousands of years had come back to life, which made people think of many things. They were on high alert and observed. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Fan carefully grasped, finally imprinting the complete secret method into his mind. He then studied it again to make sure that there were no mistakes before letting out a long sigh. He had finally obtained this great Tao secret method. This was the inheritance left behind by a sacred body of the ancients. Its value and significance were immeasurable, and it was too important to him. "What's the origin of this sacred body? How did you discover it?" Yi Fan asked. He wanted to know what was going on. "It was discovered by the Green Flood Dragon King in this small world," Qin Yao said. When the Green Flood Dragon King first entered this small world, his biggest gain was the Ageless Temple, which could prolong a cultivator's lifespan. This sacred body was also discovered in there. According to the Green Flood Dragon King's speculation, this corpse is most likely the ancient sage who created this small world, Yen Ryu said. This shocked Tu Fei, who revealed a look of disbelief. This sacred body could exist for tens of thousands of years, so it was impossible for it to be someone from before the Antiquity Age who had not cultivated it to the level of great accomplishment. After the Antiquity Age, the sacred body couldn't be cultivated and could only be stopped in the mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace. How could someone cultivate this kind of physique to this level? Tu Fei was puzzled. This corpse is comparable to an ancient sage who created a small world? The large black dog was also shocked. Yi Fan's heart moved, and he looked at this corpse. His consciousness rose from the sea of reincarnation into the Doctrine Palace. He was shocked to discover that this mystery realm had also been cultivated. Among the 5 divine treasures of the Doctrine Palace, 4 of them had already reached the consummate level. Only the divine treasure of the heart had been cultivated, but it was still far from the consummate level. For divine treasures at the consummate level. Doesn't this mean that he refined 500,000 kilograms of origin source and was stuck at the last astronomical number? Yi Fan was shocked. Ancient almighty beings focused on cultivating a single mystic realm, spending all their energy on it. However, this corpse had almost cultivated 2 mystic realms. This kind of physique cultivated a single mystery realm, and then entered another mystery realm. No wonder he became an ancient sage. Yi Fan's mind returned to the sea of reincarnation and entered the green lotus. With a single thought, this withered body of his instantly became sparkling and translucent. His body was as tough as meteorite metal, and every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. He held the blue-gold battle spear in his hand, and with a light slash, the silver dragon scissors beside him broke into 2 with a crack. It was as effortless as cutting through rotten wood. Dang! The sound of the bell lingered, and the divine bell above his head rang softly. A purple copper gourd floating in front of him cracked soundlessly and turned into powder. This corporeal body was extremely strong. As soon as it was revived, it displayed shocking power. Behind him, a few people retreated, ready to attack at any time. Yi Fan observed in the sea of reincarnation, and after some careful exploration, he didn't find anything else in this corporeal body except for his own green lotus. The huge golden sea of bitterness was silent. The waves had calmed, and there was nothing inside. It was empty. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the divine bell above his head sank into the sea of reincarnation, and the blue-gold battle spear also flashed and disappeared, returning to his body. He meditated on the ground, according to his original posture. He looked solemn as he sat among the many treasures. The green lotus swayed, and endless divine power was sucked back. The golden sea of bitterness slowly dimmed, and finally dried up. Green light sparkled. The green lotus flew out, accompanying Yi Fan. His thought flickered, and the green lotus returned to his body. Yi Fan wanted this body a lot. However, it belonged to the Green Flood Dragon King, whose competence could be compared to the great sage. He could only sigh inwardly. If he wanted to do something, he would turn into ashes. Boom, boom, boom. The 1-meter-thick white jade door closed. They left the 9-layered treasure house, standing on a towering mountain peak. Some old monsters were planting vegetables not far from them, so they didn't look at them. Let's go. Do you still want to get in there? Tu Fei patted Yi Fan's shoulder. I don't know what to exchange for the Green Flood Dragon King's body, muttered Yi Fan. Don't even think about it. It's the remains of a saint body, an ancient sage who had created a small world. His remains can be used to refine peerless weapons. What can you use to exchange for it? Tu Fei shook his head. If you use the source chi of all creatures to exchange for it, the entire treasure house will be yours, said an old monster behind them with squinted eyes. Let's go. The big black dog straightened his bald tail. He was the first one to run away. He could feel the danger. Yi Fan didn't want to tangle with these old monsters. If they attacked him, Yen Ruyu would be put in a difficult situation. He bowed to them and then used the crazy old man's footwork, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. This was his decision. The longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Your Highness, can you take me to the Immortal Hall? On the way, Yi Fan asked Yen Ruyu. The ancient sage had died there, so he would have left something there. As he had the same body, perhaps he could find something. I don't think so. We have to wait for several months, Yen Ruyu rejected him tactfully. You've triggered that corpse. What did you get? Asked Qi Miao. Yen Ruyu and Tu Fei also looked over. They also wanted to ask this question. What could I find? He was just a skeleton. What could he leave behind after losing his life? Everything was controlled by the green lotus in my body. Speaking of this, Yi Fan was moved. He said, however, I found out that he had only cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm. He hadn't crossed the Doctrine Palace. An ancient sage who only cultivated a single secret realm? Tu Fei was surprised. Qin Yao was a little surprised. She said, it seems that since the Antiquity Age, no one could break the curse. The Saint Physique could only stop at the Doctrine Palace secret realm. At this time, the big black dog suddenly jumped up. He stared at Yi Fan with his big eyes and asked in surprise, he really cultivated a single secret realm? What's so surprising about that? Asked Yi Fan. Yen Ruyu looked pensive. She shook her head and said, after the Antiquity Age, I've never heard of a Saint Physique who cultivated a single secret realm. To cultivate a single secret realm, other than a powerful mental cultivation technique, a supreme secret technique is needed as well. The big black dog was shocked. He said to himself, but after the Antiquity Age, it was hard for a Saint Physique to cultivate a single secret realm. What kind of ancient secret technique is that? Yi Fan's heart jumped. This kind of secret technique was not simple at all. It's comparable to an ancient sage who opened up a small world. What kind of secret technique is that? Yen Ruyu also said to herself. This was also the reason why the Green Flood Dragon King didn't want to refine the skeleton into a weapon. He wanted to find out the secret. Yi Fan's heart was not calm. He decided that after entering the Immortal Palace tonight, while saving Pang Bo, he had to find out everything about that place. The Black Empress is going to act tonight. Are you confident? Let's act quickly. Those old demons are very dangerous. I don't want to stay here any longer. Returning to the palace in the pine forest, Yi Fan directly closed the door and took out all kinds of materials. He asked the big black dog to carve Dao patterns and prepared to break the restriction of the Immortal Palace at night. Night fell. In this small world, there was no bright moon or stars. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Yi Fan and the big black dog silently came to the layer of clouds, quietly observing the Immortal Palace. Chapter 268. In the dead of night, not a single sound could be heard. Above the clouds, the Immortal Palace towered majestically. Time had left many marks on its surface, and some places were about to collapse. However, it still floated in the air, and did not sink down. There were many meteorites, ranging from the size of 12 meters to the size of a palm. They lay quietly in the surroundings, like a natural stone forest, arranged in picturesque disorder. Yi Fan stood on a cloud, and sized up the Immortal Palace from afar. The Black Emperor stood on a spirit tool that could be used as a means of transportation. Otherwise, he could not fly. This was the 5-colored jade boat that Yi Fan had obtained from killing a disciple of the Ji family. It had been refined by the large black dog again, and now it was like a tortoise shell, completely black. On the jade boat, there was a large pile of materials. There were star stones, mysterious ice jade, divine blood soil, and so on. They were all rare and uncommon materials. They could not be considered very precious, but they all had some special uses. There are 2 great elites in this small world, comparable to the various great sage lords, and there are also some powerful old demons. If we make too much noise and are detected by them, we will definitely die, Yi Fan said calmly. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and said, if I cannot obtain the ancient scripture of the demon race emperor, I will not let you off. The risk I am taking is too great. Now, his expression was solemn, not daring to lower his guard. If he made the slightest mistake, there would be a great disaster that would befall him. The large black dog circled around the Immortal Palace, but was not willing to make a move. He pondered back and forth, thinking carefully. Yi Fan did not rush him. Right now, it was all up to him. There was no safe method, so he would rather wait than take the risk. After all, if this opportunity was lost, it would not come again. It must be soundless, without the slightest ripple. The large black dog muttered to himself. He was very serious, because this concerned life and death. After a whole hour, the large black dog finally finished his calculations. He gritted his teeth, and said, "I am going to risk it all. I must obtain that ancient scripture." On the jade boat, every material was engraved with Tao patterns. They were extremely complicated, like scribbled talismans, profound and difficult to understand. The large black dog shot out a piece of divine blood soil, and it soundlessly disappeared into the meteorite forest. It was fixed there, and it didn't move in the slightest. It controlled the jade boat and circled around the immortal palace, flying quickly. It sent all of the 81 pieces of divine blood earth inside, sandwiching them within the meteor forest. At this point, the first material, the divine blood earth, was completely used up. It densely covered the surroundings of the immortal palace. Nothing unexpected happened, so there shouldn't be any slip-ups from now on. My guess was correct. The large black dog heaved a sigh of relief. What is the use of this divine blood soil? This place is known as the meteor forest, the large black dog replied. Extremely powerful Tao patterns have been carved into it, forming a galaxy field. The divine blood soil can interfere with the field's energy. So powerful? Yi Fan was shocked. This meteor forest is formed according to the arrangement of the myriad heaven's master stars. Once it's activated, it'll be filled with killing intent. Even great elites will die if they fall into it, the large black dog said with a solemn expression. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why there was no one guarding this place. It was because there was no need at all. Then, the large black dog sent out the profound tortoise shell. The Tao patterns carved on it were even more complicated, and there were a total of 50 pieces. However, he only sealed in 49 pieces, and their positions were all very particular. The last piece was tossed onto the jade boat. There was only a single Tao pattern carved on it, and it looked slightly special. What is the use of this profound tortoise shell? Yi Fan asked humbly. The profound tortoise shell is used to subvert the small heaven and earth formed by this meteor forest. Why is there another piece left behind? The Tao patterns carved on this piece are also a little different. Yi Fan was puzzled. If I were to explain it in detail, there would be too many details. The number of heaven and earth depends on 50. If one of them isn't used, the chi of heaven will turn illusions into reality, so I used 49, the large black dog answered casually. Then, he began to deduce the next step. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. The study of Tao patterns was indeed broad and profound. There were too many things involved, and it contained heaven's secrets. It was very difficult to grasp, and he couldn't study it in detail at the moment. The third material that the large black dog sent out was profound ice jade. There were a total of 108 pieces, and the Tao patterns carved on them were dense and detailed. In fact, this material is called profound yellow stone. It can be used to create a small heaven and earth and cover up the meteor forest. However, that kind of material is too rare, and it's very difficult to find. What should we do? Can profound ice jade replace it? Yi Fan didn't want to make any mistakes. Fortunately, you have a cauldron forged from the source chi of all things on you. In a while, after we enter, you can take it out and place it on your head. It'll be enough to suppress everything, the large black dog said. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Yi Fan asked. If you didn't have the source chi of all things, I definitely wouldn't have come to break the Tao patterns here. Profound yellow stone is the first main material to break through the meteor forest. Although the large black dog was dark and mischievous, at this crucial moment, he was very solemn and serious, without the slightest bit of carelessness. After all, this concerned their lives. An hour later, out of the 28 materials, 27 had already been thrown in, and only the star stones were left untouched. At this time, the Black Emperor started to throw the source chi that had been inscribed with Tao patterns into the meteor forest. Half a square of source chi was placed in the jade boat, and it weighed more than 1,600 kilograms, sparkling and translucent. Time was short, and Yi Fan had only collected 28 materials in Demon City. The rest would have to be replenished with source chi. In order to save Pang Bo, he was willing to take out all of his source chi. However, the large black dog at least had some conscience, and said that half a square of source chi was enough. Even so, this was still a shocking consumption. More than 1,600 kilograms of source chi were thrown into the meteor forest in the blink of an eye. Finally, the Black Emperor threw out 365 star stones, which were evenly distributed in the meteor forest. Alright, it's finally done. I used the sky-stealing sun-switching technique to temporarily replace the meteors with star stones. The large black dog let out a long breath. Are you sure that the meteor forest that represents the heavenly main star has been broken through by you? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, because he was about to see Pang Bo. I can't say that I've broken through it. I've only temporarily paralyzed the galaxy force field. Can we go in now? Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. Yes, take out your cauldron, the Black Emperor reminded solemnly. The small cauldron that was an inch tall flew out, and quickly enlarged to a meter tall, hovering above Yi Fan's head. Source chi of all things descended, and wisps of mysterious yellow chi circulated. The exclusive holy treasure of an ancient emperor, it's a rare sight, and it actually fell into your hands. The large black dog was extremely angry, and wanted nothing more than to pounce on it. What does this mean? I'll definitely become an emperor in the future. The number of ancient emperors represents the highest cultivation level of the human race, you. The large black dog curled his lips. The immortal palace towered above the clouds, and the surrounding meteor forest was quiet. Wisps of mysterious yellow chi emanated from the ancient cauldron above Yi Fan's head. He walked forward on the clouds, and the large black dog steered the jade boat, following behind him, gradually approaching the immortal palace. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no killing intent in the meteor forest. As they walked forward, everything was very quiet. You really deciphered it, of course. The large black dog had a proud look on his face. After walking for half a kilometer, they arrived in front of the immortal palace. They no longer spoke, and instead communicated via divine sense. Are you sure that the being that has taken over my body won't be able to live for long? I'm sure. Yi Fan replied with certainty. That's good, then I'll use the meteor forest to temporarily seal this place, so that the outside world won't find out if there's a huge commotion in the immortal palace. The Black Emperor moved the divine blood soil, mysterious ice jade, star stone, and other materials, and rearranged them. At the same time, Yi Fan also began to make preparations. He took out the stone clothes that he had worn when exploring the Purple Mountain, and put them on. This was the stone skin of the divine origin, and could isolate all auras, including divine sense. According to the large black dog's deduction, if he wanted to defeat that being, he would have to engage in a battle of divine sense, and this was the best protective clothes. The large black dog was also making preparations, and stuck over 100 small flags onto the jade boat. These were all defensive tools that he had meticulously carved, and were specially made for battles of divine sense. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down, and emitted a heaven-swallowing power, sucking the large black dog in the jade boat into it. Then, he himself also entered into the cauldron. Our two divine senses are strong enough, and it should be enough to suppress a lone wild ghost that has tried to possess us. The only thing I'm worried about is that you might have made a mistake. The large black dog transmitted his voice from within the cauldron. A few years ago, he was already on the verge of death. Otherwise, why would he borrow the Blue Flood Dragon King's immortal palace? Wasn't it to prolong his lifespan? Yi Fan replied. Then let's go in. The large black dog gritted his teeth. The large cauldron advanced soundlessly, and the immortal palace was completely silent. The doors were tightly shut. There's something strange. Yi Fan sensed that something was off. This grand ancient palace didn't seem like it had been built, but rather like it had been carved out. That's right, it seemed like it had been carved out of a stone mountain, and it wasn't built using ordinary methods. There were stone tiles on the ancient palace, and they were all connected together. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that this was a complete whole, and not built from bricks and tiles. Is this really carved out of a stone mountain? Yi Fan was filled with astonishment, and he felt that there was no need to expend so much effort. Swoosh! After pausing for a moment, he urged the cauldron forward. A streak of mysterious yellow chi trembled lightly, and the stone doors of the palace were soundlessly pushed open. This building that would never sink had existed for far too long, and it made one feel the vicissitudes of history. Pang Bo, I've come to save you, Yi Fan said to himself in his heart. The Immortal Palace was an extremely grand ancient building. It was very spacious inside, and it was completely pitch black. There's no one in the palace, the large black dog transmitted his voice. There are several levels to the ancient palace, and he should be in the palace at the back. Yi Fan's heart was very unsettled. Wait a moment, don't be in a hurry to leave. There are Tao patterns carved into the palace, and they are very mysterious, the large black dog transmitted his voice. This ancient palace could slow down the loss of a cultivator's lifespan, and it was called the Immortal Palace. Its name was greatly related to the Tao patterns carved into this place. The Black Emperor studied it for a very long time, but he still couldn't find where the Tao patterns were carved, and he couldn't find anything. But right at this moment, Yi Fan made a new discovery, and his heart trembled. This is the Source Mountain. The entire ancient palace was carved out of a stone mountain. From the outside, it looked like ordinary limestone, but after entering inside, he was given a huge shock. This was Source Oregon. This should be an ancient palace carved out of a mountain of Source Oregon. If he shattered the palace, he might be able to dig out the Source Oregon. No. Right at this moment, Yi Fan was even more shocked after careful observation. This ancient palace was definitely not simple, or rather, this source vein was not simple, and it contained something unusual. Brat, what did you discover? The large black dog asked. Don't disturb me, let me take a closer look. Yi Fan swept his gaze over the palace, and carefully observed. Now, it was impossible to judge based on the terrain, because the source stone mountain had already been carved into a palace. He could only make a guess based on this source material. An extremely bad feeling, this place. Yi Fan was shocked. What's wrong? This should be a dangerous place, why is it called the Immortal Palace? Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. What did you see? The Black Emperor asked. I can't be sure yet, let's enter the second palace to take a look. Yi Fan steered the cauldron, and entered the spacious second palace. After careful observation, his heart instantly trembled, and he confirmed his guess. This is an extremely dangerous place. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. This was a place to take one's life, so how could it be a place to slow down one's lifespan? Brat, what's so special about this place? Have you heard of places like the Fire Dragon Tomb and the Dragon's Bloodbath that have divine sources buried? The Black Emperor shivered, and said, Of course I've heard of them. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, This place is called the Yellow Springs Tomb, and is on par with such dangerous places. This is an ancient palace carved out of an Source Mountain, and the Yellow Springs Tomb is within this ancient palace. Chapter 269. The Immortal Palace was a name with immortality, but it was the famous, Yellow Springs Tomb, recorded in the Book of Origin Heavenly Scripture. The Black Emperor was startled, and said, Brat, did you see wrongly? I've seen the Fire Dragon Tomb, and I've personally been to the land of dragon blood. I wouldn't be mistaken about the Yellow Springs Tomb of the same level. Now, Yi Fan's understanding of origin techniques had reached a very high level. There was no sound in the spacious hall. It was very quiet, and no signs of life could be felt. There's no danger. If it was the Yellow Springs Tomb, I'm afraid there would be big trouble now. The large black dog was suspicious. The Yellow Springs Tomb was definitely an extremely dangerous place. The ancient sages spent a lot of effort to excavate such an origin mountain and carve it into a palace. This was really a big deal. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor returned to the first level of the hall. They didn't want to act rashly, and needed to observe carefully. Tao pattern, I finally sensed it. There's an extremely powerful Tao pattern here. It drew out a mysterious power for its own use, giving this place the effect of immortality, the large black dog suddenly said. Where does that power come from? Yi Fan asked. The Black Emperor closed his eyes, and after a long time, he suddenly opened them, and said, It's in the center of this hall. Yi Fan drove the cauldron forward, and came to the center of the ancient hall. The ground was covered with origin stones, and there were all kinds of pictures of birds, fish, insects, and beasts carved on them. Yi Fan walked out of the cauldron, and lifted a stone slab on the ground. A dark deep well appeared in front of him. As expected, the ancient sages are really generous, turning a dangerous place into their own. Where does this broken well connect to? Of course it connects to the Yellow Springs, and absorbs divine power for the immortal palace to use. Indistinctly, the sound of flowing water came from below, and at the same time, waves of netherworld aura spread up. What's so special about the Yellow Springs tomb? The large black dog asked. According to the records, it's the water of the Yellow Springs of the 9 underworlds, and it's sealed in the origin vein. There's something incredible inside, Yi Fan answered. Suddenly, the Een aura below rushed up like blades, and specks of light rippled out. It was no longer pitch black. Yi Fan hurriedly returned to the cauldron and looked into the well. The large black dog also stretched out his neck and stared at them with his eyes wide open. Walala. The sound of the water was like the sound of metal and stone. It seemed to be extremely heavy, and when it flowed, it produced chung-chung sounds. A hazy halo of light scattered outwards. It really is the Yellow Spring, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Below them was a waterway sealed within a crystal-clear Genesis vein. A huge yellow river surged past like a roaring yellow dragon. According to the legends, when the Yellow Springs of the 9 hells retreated from the mortal world, some of them were left underground. Could this be true? The large black dog was astonished. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he stared at the Yellow Springs on the ground without saying a word. He did not care about these things. After all, they were inanimate objects. What he cared about was the things contained in the Yellow Springs. Whoosh! The spiritual energy was like a dragon, rushing up along the ancient well, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. F***CK, this is the aura of a divine source, the large black dog exclaimed. Brat, quickly think of a way. There is a divine source below, hurry up and bring it up. You think I don't want to, but do we have that kind of strength? If we break open the Genesis vein, both of us will die here, Yi Fan said in a low voice. At this moment, from the surging Yellow Springs, a flash of light appeared. A long origin stone could be faintly seen floating along with the waves. Why does it look like a stone coffin to me? The large black dog was shocked. That is a divine source, and there is something sealed inside. Yi Fan's expression was grave. That long origin stone sank to the bottom of the Yellow Springs, and it was difficult to see clearly. Then, it was swept away, rushing into the depths of the Genesis vein. The area below became dark. Divine source, there is a divine source below the immortal palace, the large black dog cried out anxiously. Of course, their communication was not really through words, but through divine sense. Yi Fan covered the stone slab and sealed the well again. He said to himself, the ancient sages are indeed extraordinary people. They turned a dangerous place into their own, and the tomb of the Yellow Springs has been sealed. At the same time, he frowned. From this, it could be deduced that a single divine source was not equivalent to millions of kilograms of origin stone. Otherwise, the remains of the sacred body of the ancients would have been refined and would not have been left behind. The mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace is indeed an insurmountable chasm. Yi Fan and the large black dog entered 4 halls in a row. There was a well in the center of each hall, which led directly to the Genesis vein that sealed the Yellow Springs underground. Complicated patterns were carved under each well, transforming the divine power in the dangerous place into the power of longevity. This made the large black dog very interested, but he could not understand it even after carefully studying it for a long time. This really makes me speechless. Underground is the Yellow Springs, and above is the immortal palace. Yi Fan sighed. It was originally a dangerous place, but the ancient sages used unfathomable and mysterious patterns to transform it into a treasured place that could prolong one's lifespan. Life and death were so close that they were only separated by a well. After entering the 6 palace halls and discovering the 6 ancient wells, Yi Fan finally relaxed. The Yellow Springs tomb had been completely sealed. Even after such a long time, the Tao pattern had not lost its effectiveness. Otherwise, if the seal in such a dangerous place was broken even a little, he and the large black dog would definitely die. There was no way they could survive. In the 7th Great Hall, Yi Fan and the large black dog vaguely saw what was in the Yellow Springs. It was really a stone coffin that was connected to a divine source. Why is there such a thing? A stone coffin in the Yellow Springs. Yi Fan was also shocked. What kind of ancient creature was this? He only knew that some ancient creatures were sealed in some divine sources. This was the first time he had seen a sealed stone coffin. I think it's a little unreliable. It's probably not some ancient creature. The large black dog's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. After entering the 8th ancient hall, Yi Fan was slightly disappointed because he did not see any stone inscriptions related to cultivation. Did the ancient sages not leave anything behind? He was slightly confused. This immortal palace was clearly an important place that would never fall. It was the place where that sage had passed away, but there was actually nothing left behind. There is a secret technique here, but you can't obtain it. Even I can only stare at it. What did you discover? Yi Fan asked. Of course it's the patterns of Tao. The ancient great elites comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth, and they would inscribe them in the form of patterns of Tao. Very few recorded them in words, the large black dog said. Yi Fan frowned. He could not study Tao patterns now, and even the large black dog could not do anything about it. However, he was not depressed, because he had already obtained the secret technique of great Tao from that corpse. There was only one hall left, and he was about to meet Pang Bo. Yi Fan was deeply afraid that something might happen to him. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were in the cauldron, and they slowly flew towards the 9th ancient hall. During this process, they discovered that the spiritual qi had become denser, and there was a faint light. They were on high alert because it was possible that a great battle was about to erupt. Battles of divine sense were the most dangerous, and they would be doomed if they were even the slightest bit careless. When they pushed open the thick and heavy stone doors and entered this hall, they saw a field of light, and the darkness was swept away. It did not seem like a hall at all. This place was extremely spacious, and it was even more spacious than the previous 8 halls combined. Here, plants were lush, and colorful flowers were blooming everywhere. All kinds of ancient trees extended their branches, and vines hung from them. The stream was murmuring, and the ground was paved with cobblestones. There were ancient pavilions and tall pine trees. Rather than calling it a hall, it would be better to call it a natural garden. This place has formed its own space, the large black dog exclaimed. The ancient sages could open up a small world, so it was naturally not a problem for them to open up an even smaller space within a hall. This was a world filled with light and vitality. To suddenly go from a pitch-black hall where one could not even see their own fingers in front of them into such a lush space was extremely shocking. The contrast between before and after was too great. Yi Fan swept his gaze over the surroundings, searching for Pang Bo's figure. His powerful divine sense transformed into a golden sword, ready to strike at any moment. The cobblestone path led into an ancient forest. There were vines everywhere, hanging from the trees to the ground, and there were small white flowers blooming everywhere. Pang Bo. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the forest. In front of him, there was a sacrificial altar in the forest. It was hidden by the trees, and a tall figure was silently sitting on it. There were many fallen leaves on his body, and it seemed as if he had not moved for a long time. His figure was exceptionally muscular, and he was much more muscular than ordinary people. His upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was filled with a healthy luster. His thick black hair draped down to his waist. This person was Pang Bo. They had been separated less than a year after arriving in this world, and several years had passed before they finally reunited today. Swoosh! Pang Bo, who was sitting on the sacrificial altar, suddenly opened his eyes. They were like two bolts of lightning, extremely sharp. Upon seeing such a sharp gaze, Yi Fan's heart instantly sank. This was definitely not Pang Bo, and he gave off a feeling of extreme danger. Even though the person in front of him had the body of his best friend, he was like a wild beast, filled with a terrifying aura. Attack! Yi Fan shouted. The Black Emperor let out a loud roar, like the roar of a barbaric dragon, causing the entire space to tremble. Chi, 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 hundreds of flags were thrown out, surrounding the forest in the middle. The large flags fluttered, covering the sky and earth, sealing off the forest and the sacrificial altar, preventing the other party from escaping. Humph! A heavy cold snort sounded out. The strong figure on the sacrificial altar had eyes as sharp as knives. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "Are you here to return the Tao scripture? What did you do to Pang Bo?" Yi Fan roared. "I am Pang Bo, aren't I fine now?" The strong body on the sacrificial altar still did not move, quietly sitting there, but the terrifying aura was even more terrifying. "Brat, are you sure this is really a lonely wild ghost that is at the end of its lifespan? Why do I feel like I'm facing a true dragon?" The Black Emperor anxiously transmitted his voice. At this moment, Pang Bo, who was naked from the waist up, was indeed like an ancient ferocious beast, filled with a powerful sense of oppression. "He's bluffing, he won't be able to live for long. Let's attack together and kill him." Yi Fan took the initiative to attack. The small golden lake between his eyebrows produced a golden sword, which instantly slashed out. Clang! A ray of divine light also shot out from between Pang Bo's eyebrows, clashing with Yi Fan's golden sword, releasing a dazzling and terrifying brilliance, like two iron hammers colliding. What a powerful divine sense! I haven't seen you for several years, and you actually have such achievements. This Pang Bo's eyes shone brightly, and he said, "I haven't forgotten about your body. Since you delivered yourself to me today, I'll just take it." Roar! The large black dog roared like a barbaric dragon, shaking the mountains and rivers. It was hard to imagine what kind of power was contained within its body, causing this space to tremble violently. A crack appeared on its forehead, and a third vertical eye appeared. A terrifying black light shot out, slashing towards the person on the sacrificial altar. Chapter 270. Although the large black dog was usually very unkind, he was very diligent at this crucial moment. This was because this concerned his life and death, and it also involved the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. A vertical eye opened on his forehead, which shone with a black light. It shot out like a black waterfall, clanging loudly as if it were a black blade slicing through the air. Clang! Pang Bo sat cross-legged on the altar, not moving at all. A divine light flashed between his brows, and it shot out, striking the black light as if two sharp blades had collided. It was clearly a divine sense attack, but it was like a divine weapon clashing with a treasured blade. Brilliant light shone, sparks flew, and clanging sounds rang out. Didn't you say his lifespan was about to run out? Why is he as strong as a true dragon? The large black dog was exasperated. In this exchange of attacks, he didn't gain any advantage, and was even at a slight disadvantage. He won't be able to last long. Use your most powerful attack, and you can definitely take him down. Yi Fan shouted. Now, there was already no way out. There was only one chance to save Pang Bo, and it wouldn't come again if they missed it. You've delivered yourself to me, how reckless. Pang Bo sat cross-legged on the altar, his black hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and his bronze-colored body shone with a treasured light. Leave Pang Bo's body. Yi Fan roared. Chi! A small golden lake appeared between his brows. It was as deep as an abyss, and a spiraling golden power shot out towards Pang Bo. Pop! Pang Bo didn't move, and he sat upright on the altar. A dazzling crescent flew out from between his brows, and it entered the spiraling golden wave, slashing through the void. Yi Fan's face paled, and his body shook violently. The golden power was sent flying back. Although he wasn't injured, he was shaken. Ever since his divine sense could materialize and reach an unimaginable level, this was the first time he was at a disadvantage in a clash of divine senses. As expected, this was a supreme elite of the demon tribe. Although his body had been destroyed, and only his divine sense was left, it was still extremely terrifying. At such a young age, your divine sense can already materialize. How rare. Just like your body, I'm looking forward to it. Pang Bo was calm. What are you pretending to be a supreme elite for? I'll kill you. A black saber shot out from the large black dog's vertical eye, and black light shot into the sky as it slashed down. Clang. The crescent moon that shot out from Pang Bo's forehead was silver and indestructible. It struck the black saber and broke it with a crack. The large black dog's divine sense shuddered, and he roared. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage again, and he had suffered a small loss. Kill. Yi Fan threw caution to the wind. The golden lake flew out and turned into a golden sun, rushing towards the altar. Without holding anything back, he sent out his divine sense. If this small sun was extinguished, then he would definitely die. Even if you put your life on the line, it's useless. Pang Bo said in a low voice. The silver crescent moon was fixed between his eyebrows, shining brightly. I'll give it my all as well, the large black dog said as he unleashed his divine sense once again. A black light flashed like a saber as it slashed toward the silver moon, coordinating with Yi Fan's attack. Clang, 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 their divine senses were all extremely terrifying, and they had all reached the realm of transformation. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. This kind of battle was the most dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to the destruction of both body and soul, consigned to eternal damnation. The divine sense slashed out, releasing an ear-piercing sound. Brilliant light shot out in all directions, and clanging sounds rang out. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage. Pang Bo's divine sense was like an abyss, surging and indestructible. Boom! The small golden sun was almost shattered, and Yi Fan's divine sense retreated like the tide, returning to his body. He swayed, and was actually really no match for his opponent. The Black Emperor also shouted loudly. A black light flashed, and he charged back, shouting, F***ck, brat, I've been tricked by you. This is clearly an old bastard. It's not that we aren't strong enough, it's that he is too strong. It's useless to say all this now. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. His divine sense is full, and there's no sign of it weakening. He's not a dying person. Even if the two of us fight with our lives on the line, we might not be able to kill him. The large black dog bared his teeth. A thought occurred to Yi Fan, and he said, it seems like he can't move. He has been sitting on the altar this whole time, and hasn't moved in the slightest. Use your cauldron to kill him. The large black dog also saw the abnormality. At this moment, they were inside the cauldron. Yi Fan didn't plan to remove the protection, and directly drew out the leaf fire divine furnace. The furnace was transparent like a crystal, and it appeared in his palm. Then, it turned into a dazzling light and rushed out. It quickly enlarged, and emitted a 5-colored divine light. In the blink of an eye, it became 30 meters tall, and like a small mountain, it pressed down towards the figure on the altar. Humph. Pang Bo gave a cold humph, and sat cross-legged without moving. He stretched out a large hand, and with a clang, slapped it on the furnace. It was unknown how powerful the power of this strike was, but a piece of the leaf fire divine furnace instantly deflated, and was sent flying. What a powerful force. Yi Fan was shocked. He controlled the leaf fire divine furnace, and made it enlarge to a height of 30 meters. It pressed down, emitting a rumbling sound. Pang Bo didn't move, and sat there cross-legged. His black hair danced lightly, and divine power circulated around his bronze-colored body. He still slapped out a large hand. Dong! This time, the sound was deafening, causing this space to tremble. A large piece of the leaf fire divine furnace deflated, and a clear palm print was deeply imprinted inside. This didn't seem to be a precious furnace, but rather a piece of mud that had been struck until it caved in. His physical body has already entered the four extreme mystery realm. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It had only been a few years, and the other party had already refined Pang Bo's physical body to such a level. This was really shocking. I estimate that he can compete with the Little Rock King. The large black dog's expression was ugly. Now do you believe me? He has grasped the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? Yi Fan provoked the large black dog. If he can't move, then it'll be much easier. The large black dog bared his teeth. However, before he finished speaking, Pang Bo flew up with his legs crossed, and as fast as lightning, he rushed towards the two of them, and a large hand suddenly slapped down. "Retreat!" the Black Emperor shouted. Yi Fan steered the cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the midst of the fluttering flags, avoiding the large hand's slash. The several hundred flags covered the sky, not only to seal off this place, but also to protect them. Every flag was inscribed with profound Tao patterns, and these were carefully prepared by the large black dog. He was afraid that the other party's physical body was too powerful, and he would chase after them. Sure enough, it came in handy now. The several hundred flags waved, and the sky and earth here changed. It was a hazy scene, and Pang Bo didn't dare to rush in. "How powerful are these Tao patterns you inscribed?" Yi Fan asked. "As long as he isn't a great elite, he'll definitely be trapped if he comes in." The Black Emperor was full of confidence. Pang Bo didn't chase after them. With a flash of light, he returned to the sacrificial altar, and sat down cross-legged again. "I didn't think that I wouldn't be able to use my divine sense attack technique. Now, I can only attack him with my physical body," the large black dog said. Yi Fan activated the leaf fire divine furnace. This time, he directly opened the lid, and black flames rushed out like a tide, surging toward the sacrificial altar like dark clouds pressing down. This kind of blazing flame was something that even the cultivators of the four extreme mystery realm couldn't endure. If they came into contact with it, they would definitely be burned to ashes. When Yi Fan released the flames, he was more or less hesitant. After all, it was Pang Bo's physical body. However, the results shocked him. Pang Bo's eyes shot out an intimidating divine light, and like two silver dragons, he rushed into the sky. He shouted, 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. 2 silver beams of light shot out, and wherever they passed, the void collapsed. A large area of black flames was forcibly destroyed. "This is..." Yi Fan was shocked. This kind of technique was too terrifying. Using the light of his eyes to destroy the black flames, this was shocking, and practically unimaginable. This is the supreme secret technique in the imagination of the demon race. "I didn't think that it would really be created by someone," the large black dog shouted excitedly. "I already said that he has the demon god ancient scripture on him." "That's right, only the demon god emperor can create such a supreme saint technique," the large black dog shouted. "Now I believe your words, he has the demon god ancient scripture on him." Yi Fan sacrificed the furnace, and the leaf fire divine furnace enlarged. It shook violently, and the boundless black flames surged down again. "It's useless." Pang Bo sat there, not moving at all. He looked toward the sky, and the silver light in his eyes was like a true dragon soaring into the sky. Pooh! The void collapsed, and the boundless black flames were once again silently destroyed, disappearing in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the silver light was like a blade, slashing on the leaf fire divine furnace, beating it into a sorry state on the spot. It was full of holes, and was shriveled into mud. "The demon god divine technique is too terrifying," the large black dog murmured. Yi Fan withdrew the furnace. Only now did the Black Emperor come back to his senses. As if he had thought of something, he said in surprise, "What furnace is this? It actually wasn't penetrated?" Why are you still asking about this at a time like this? Hurry up and think of a way. Yi Fan withdrew the furnace. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and said, "What else can we do? Use your furnace to kill him. This is a saint tool exclusive to the demon god emperor. Although it is not an extreme weapon, in terms of toughness, it is rare in this world. He won't be able to shatter it." Yi Fan and the Black Emperor walked out from the furnace, and then struck the furnace that was forged from source chi. It grew to a height of 9 meters, and tens of thousands of wisps of heaven and earth chi that were as heavy as mountains descended. "What, it's actually a saint tool of our sect." Pang Bo was shocked. Then, he laughed loudly, and said, "This is really a great gift. I might not be able to see it again in hundreds of thousands of years. I'll accept it." Like the little rock king that day, he directly stretched out a large hand, and grabbed toward the huge furnace, wanting to take it for himself. "Quick, lend me a hand," Yi Fan shouted loudly. Without needing him to say anything, the large black dog had already moved, and together with him, they controlled the ancient huge furnace to suppress the sacrificial altar. Boom! After an intense collision, the sacrificial altar beneath Pang Bo was turned into dust, and he could only sit cross-legged in the air. The ancient huge furnace shook, and smashed into the large hand, causing it to retreat a few steps. However, its body was not injured. As expected, it can compete with that bird man, the large black dog cursed. This huge furnace could be said to be indestructible. Up until now, only the Little Rock King and Pang Bo dared to face it head-on, and they were not injured. "We can only trap him with Tao patterns," the Black Emperor said viciously. Hundreds of large flags rose from the ground, fluttering in the wind, and stabbed forward, shrinking the space. "I won't give him any space to move, I'll completely seal him off." The large flags fluttered, and Pang Bo was sealed within them. The surrounding forest all disappeared, and there were no more flowers and plants. There was only a hazy mist. "You can seal my physical body, but you can't seal my divine sense, forcing me to kill you," Pang Bo shouted loudly. "Not good," the Black Emperor shouted. At the same time, Yi Fan's expression also changed. His divine sense rushed out of his physical body, and was stripped away. 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. Pang Bo roared loudly. All of this happened so quickly, and whether it was Yi Fan or the Black Emperor, neither could resist. The source of their divine sense was extracted, and they were sent into a silver world. Divine sense void. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. This was a small silver world, and it was only 300 meters in circumference. It was a divine sense space. A supreme secret technique from the ancient scriptures of the demon race. The large black dog was astonished. 9 slashes of the demon god. Pang Bo replied coldly. Chapter 271. This was a small silver world with a circumference of only 300 meters. It was a sealed divine sense space. Pang Bo's upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was full of power. He stood in the center of the field. This was formed from his divine sense, and was not much different from a real person. The Black Emperor was the same. The large dog formed from his divine sense was as strong as a bull, and even his bald tail was the same as his real body. Only Yi Fan was a ball of light that was like a golden sun. His use of divine sense was far inferior to these two old monsters. F***ck, brat, I've been screwed over by you. The large black dog bared his teeth, and said, "This is clearly a vicious character." Before he lost his physical body, he was most likely a demon tribe overlord. Don't tell me that his current divine sense is comparable to that of the great sage. Yi Fan was also uncertain. He must have been a great elite in the past. Although his divine sense has fallen, it's almost impossible to deal with him. The large black dog regretted boarding the pirate ship. There's no point in complaining. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him. Otherwise, both of us will die here, Yi Fan said solemnly. The ones who will be killed will probably be the two of us. Although he is no longer as strong as before, he is still powerful enough to refine us. The Black Emperor was filled with regret. You want to kill me with just the two of you? You really don't know what's good for you. Pang Bo smirked coldly. All the demon tribes are one family. Don't be so murderous. The large black dog took a few steps forward and said, we are all demon tribes, so everything can be discussed. Then let's discuss. How do you want to die? Pang Bo's eyes were intimidating, and he stood in the center of the field with his hands behind his back. Fighting to the death is something only barbarians would do. We don't have any irreconcilable enmity, so we can sit down and talk. The large black dog was very thick-skinned, and he had forgotten that he had wanted to kill Pang Bo not long ago. Do you think you can still leave alive? A cold smile hung on Pang Bo's lips. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. I came to spar with you. I heard that you have an ancient sutra of the Demon Emperor, and I also happen to have a Black Emperor Sutra. Why don't we spar? What Black Imperial Sutra? I have never heard of it before. I will refine you, and everything will be mine. Pang Bo's expression was cold. Damn it, do you really think this emperor is easy to bully? I'll beat you up today. The Black Emperor cursed. The silver small world is most suitable for burying your divine wills. I will properly refine the physical bodies you leave behind. Silver splendor shone everywhere. A divine moon appeared in Pang Bo's hands, gentle and holy. The large black dog didn't back down, and he spat out a black trident from his mouth. Black light flashed, and killing intent radiated from the trident as it slashed forward. Clang! The divine moon in Pang Bo's hand flew out, and then it stopped in midair, sucking the trident over. With a kacha sound, it snapped. Brat, don't just stand there, hurry up and attack. The Black Emperor roared, the black trident reformed and slashed down again. Why do all of you have weapons? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He transformed into a golden sun and charged forward with a golden sword within it. Boom! He struck out with all of the power of his divine sense. It was incomparably ferocious, shattering that divine moon on the spot. The golden sword even more so slashed out, hacking towards Pang Bo's head. Clang! Pang Bo lightly flicked his finger, shattering the golden sword and withdrawing the power of the divine moon. Swish! The golden divine sense turned back, once again forming a small sun. Brat, you are too fierce, attacking without holding anything back. The large black dog pointed out. In this divine sense space, you can transform into anything you want. With the large black dog's guidance, Yi Fan quickly adapted to this change. He instantly transformed into a human, holding a great desolate halberd in his hand, pointing it towards the southern sky. Release the real Pang Bo, he shouted. This halberd was as black as ink, and it shone with a metallic luster. It was formed according to the little Peng King's great desolate halberd. You are all struggling in vain. Pang Bo's figure was tall and sturdy, and his black hair danced in the wind. With a flash of light, a demonic blade appeared in his hand, bright and dazzling. Kill! Yi Fan gripped the great desolate halberd with both hands and charged forward. There was already no path of retreat. If he wasn't killed, then he would kill his enemies. Clang! The great desolate halberd slashed out with a dazzling light, clashing with the snow-white demonic blade. Yi Fan's divine sense instantly dimmed. This emperor is coming. The large black dog stood up, holding the trident and slashing down. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and bit forward. Pang! Pang Bo's eyes shone with a cold light. The demonic blade in his hand shook, shattering the great desolate halberd on the spot. Then, he slashed the trident in half. You guys are no good. Woo! The demonic blade slashed through the air, like the wails of ghosts and gods, killing intent heavy as it slashed towards Yi Fan and the Black Emperor. Dang! In that instant, Yi Fan's right arm and the shattered great desolate halberd transformed into a large seal. 9 dragons coiled around the seal, causing the divine sense space to tremble. Dang! The large seal fell, smashing into the demonic blade and shattering it. At the same time, the large black dog transformed into a true dragon. Like a great black iron wall, he charged forward, his powerful dragon body crushing down. Still no good. Pang Bo transformed into a heavenly Pang, his entire body shining with golden light. A pair of sharp claws grabbed the true dragon, and with a fierce tug, the true dragon was shattered. The large black dog instantly screamed in pain. His divine sense collapsed, and he reformed into his dog body not far away. Clang! The heavenly Pang soared through the sky, its golden wings sweeping past, slicing Yi Fan in half and shattering his divine sense. Boom! The Black Emperor and Yi Fan fought with their lives on the line, transforming into monstrous flames that burned fiercely. Black flames and golden flames submerged the heavenly Pang. You finally can't hold on any longer. Are you going to struggle on your deathbed? You guys can't hurt me. Pang Bo transformed into a blazing golden lotus, bathing in the flames. He absorbed the divine sense of the two of them, wanting to strengthen himself. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor transformed into their true forms. They staggered backwards, their expressions extremely ugly. This old monster's divine sense was several times stronger than theirs. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible for them to kill him. Chi! Pang Bo transformed into his true form, standing there. His eyes suddenly shot out two streaks of silver light, like dancing true dragons, and he pounced forward. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. These 6 words were like the heavenly voice of death, shaking the small silver world. The expressions of Yi Fan and the large black dog changed, and they quickly dodged. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. It had once extinguished the black flames in the leaf fire divine furnace, and its power was unimaginably great. Boom, boom, boom. The silver world with a radius of 300 meters was no longer stable, and it could be torn apart at any time. Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation, brushing past the silver light. This was because Pang Bo was mainly staring at the Black Emperor, wanting to eliminate it first. Ah, the large black dog screamed in pain. He was struck by the silver streak, and his divine sense was instantly destroyed. He lost 1/10 of his body, and he became much dimmer. Die! Pang Bo shouted. The silver streak in his eyes became even brighter, like a true dragon soaring into the sky, shooting toward the large black dog. If such a supreme divine streak really hit, the large black dog would most likely die. Yi Fan hurriedly attacked from the side, but Pang Bo was unmoved. With a turn of his eyes, he forced Yi Fan back. I will fight you to the death. The large black dog roared angrily. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. Its power was unparalleled, and it was a supreme divine technique created by the demon god. If he was killed like this, he would definitely die. He resisted angrily, with the thought of dying together. Boom! The silver streak was like a dragon, piercing through the chest of the large black dog, enveloping him, causing his body to quickly dim, wanting to completely destroy him. Yi Fan's whole body went cold. The 9 slashes of the demon god was too terrifying, and even the powerful Black Emperor couldn't block it at all. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed. He roared loudly, and transformed into a golden sun, charging over. At the same time, he activated 2 mystic techniques from the 9 secrets. Now, with his divine sense as his body, he didn't know whether he could use the 9 secrets. Seeing that the other party had unleashed that kind of divine technique, he also gave it a try without any hesitation. The Battle Saint technique was successfully unleashed. This caused his heart to tremble, and he was greatly encouraged. The Saint technique was like a mountain, and Pang Bo staggered, almost collapsing. However, Pang Bo wasn't distracted because of this. The light in his eyes became even brighter, and he was determined to refine the Black Emperor. Ah! The Black Emperor screamed loudly, and his divine sense started to disintegrate. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed, and he would disappear from this world forever. Yi Fan was shocked and enraged. He unleashed his Battle Saint technique madly, and his divine sense surged like a volcano. Pang! Pang Bo's body was like a mountain, and the instant he was shattered, he immediately reformed. His eyes never disappeared, an endless silver light shot out, locking onto the Black Emperor. Boom! The large black dog howled loudly, and instantly collapsed. Black Emperor! Yi Fan shouted loudly. Dang! The sound of a bell rang out, and a large golden bell appeared, hanging in the middle of the silver small world. A material weapon. Pang Bo was shocked, and he quickly retreated. F***ck, you had a good time beating me up, didn't you? The Black Emperor materialized. Its body was half its original size, and its glow was also very dim. It had suffered very heavy injuries, and its body and spirit had almost been destroyed. It would be difficult for its divine sense to recover without a few months' time. Could it be that you were also a great elite in the past? You sealed your weapon in your mind, so you must have also encountered an accident. Pang Bo stood nearby, his expression ice cold. You almost turned me into dust, yet you also unsealed my treasure. I don't know whether I should thank you or kill you. The large black dog gritted its teeth. It had almost been turned into dust, and its heart was filled with fury. The large bell reverberated, releasing a series of golden ripples that hung above its head, trembling unceasingly. Do you think that only your mind has a weapon sealed in it? Pang Bo smirked coldly. Clang! An azure lotus appeared in Pang Bo's hand. It was as green as jade, and it was sparkling and translucent, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. Your original form is a lotus, the large black dog said coldly. That's right, I am the 19th generation grandson of the Demon Emperor. Pang Bo was extremely cold. The large black dog transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, and said, in a while, I will use the golden bell to tear open the divine sense space, and we will charge out together. He has the azure lotus, which cancels out the advantage of my golden divine bell. We are no match for him. The large golden bell hanging above its head was a bell, which surprised Yi Fan. He disagreed, and said, as long as you block his weapon, the azure lotus, I have a way to kill him. F***ck, you're crazy. He has the demon tribe's ancient scriptures, and he has grasped the 9 slashes of the demon god. I don't know how many slashes he has cultivated, but just the form destruction slash alone is enough for us to block. Is it enough if my divine sense is 10 times stronger? Yi Fan shouted. Of course it's enough, but how is that possible? Nothing is impossible. I have the inheritance of 9 secrets. F***ck, you deserve to be struck by lightning, brat. You actually obtained this kind of secret technique, why didn't you use it earlier? The large black dog was extremely shocked, and then he began to curse. How would I know that the body of divine sense could also be used? Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets. The supreme secret technique that he obtained from the Taishian clumsy peak needed to be triggered, and he could only succeed once after several hundred tries. Now that he had learned the battle saint technique, his success rate was much higher. But even so, he could only succeed once after more than 100 tries. Once he succeeded, whether it was his speed or battle prowess, they would all increase by 10 times. It could be said that this was a peerless secret technique that even the land of the great sage would be envious of. Dang! After the golden bell was enlarged, it was no different from a divine bell. Even if it was called a type, the two were similar in shape. The long and deafening sound of the bell almost broke open the divine sense space. Even if you have this weapon, you will still die. Pang Bo held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, the shaking large bell instantly quieted down. His weapon is so terrifying. Yi Fan was astonished. What did you think? He is the descendant of the Demon Emperor, and the blood of the Demon Emperor flows in his body. A weapon refined from an azure lotus is naturally incomparably powerful, the Black Emperor urged, telling him to act quickly in case something unexpected happened. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out, and the large black dog protected himself with the golden divine bell. The large bell shook, and bursts of golden ripples rushed out in all directions, trying to pierce through the silver world. What you are doing is futile. Pang Bo's expression was cold, and the azure lotus in his hand was glistening and glistening. With a powerful sweep, the space around him became calm, and all the golden ripples were extinguished. Rip. At the same time, his eyes shone with a brilliant silver light, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes of annihilation again. A bone-chilling aura engulfed them. I don't believe that you can destroy my divine bell, the large black dog roared. The large golden bell hovered in the air, protecting both him and Yi Fan within it, ringing and turning continuously. Dang, 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 the silver light struck the golden divine bell, causing it to ring and tremble continuously, but it was not destroyed in the end. As expected, a weapon refined by a great elite is indestructible. If my divine sense did not fall, the Demon Emperor 9 slashes could actually destroy this bell. Pang Bo shouted coldly. What are you boasting about? There is no one in this world that can destroy my weapon. The large black dog said proudly. Pang Bo smirked coldly, and said, Do you think that you can stop me with a weapon that looks like a bell? He shouted softly, and walked forward with the azure lotus in his hand. With a powerful sweep, azure light flashed, and the divine lotus landed on the large bell. Dang! There was a violent tremor, and the large golden bell was almost sent flying. The divine lotus swayed. It looked weak, but it was indestructible, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Dang, 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 after the divine lotus landed on the large bell, the force of the tremor became stronger and stronger, and the golden divine bell was about to be sent flying. Brat, can you do it? The Black Emperor was anxious. I'm done. Yi Fan activated it over 100 times, and finally activated the 9 secrets. The large black dog actively cooperated, and the large golden bell shook violently, wanting to pierce through the space and stick to the divine lotus. Boom! The power of Yi Fan's divine sense rushed out like a tsunami, and it was 10 times stronger than before. This was an unimaginable divine might. Pang Bo shouted loudly, and the divine lotus shook, but it could not break free from the large bell. Silver light shot out from his eyes, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes, form destruction. However, even though this supreme divine technique was created by the Arch, and had a might that could shock heaven and earth, it could not block Yi Fan's attack at this moment. In front of absolute power, no matter how profound the divine technique was, it was useless. Wild power could break through the Tao and defeat the miraculous techniques of the great Tao. Yi Fan's divine sense had already reached the level of materialization in the first place, and after being strengthened 10 times, it was almost comparable to the divine sense of a great elite. The golden divine sense swept out like a vast ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The silver light was dispersed, and Pang Bo was sent flying, his body shattering. Ah! This is the all-character of the 9 secrets. He shouted loudly in shock, and quickly materialized, resisting with all his might. Boom! Yi Fan used his battle saint technique, and in conjunction with this secret technique, he launched a double attack. At this moment, he held a greenish-gold battle spear in his hand, and a golden pagoda above his head pressed down like a god of war. Boom! He was like a god, with 10 times his battle prowess and 10 times his divine sense. This kind of attack was shocking. Pang Bo was shattered again, but he was still not destroyed. He materialized again, and the silver light in his eyes rushed out like a true dragon. This time, Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets to the extreme. He transformed into an ancient cauldron, and crushed down from the sky. Boom! Wild power soared into the sky, and the cauldron that he had transformed into pressed down on Pang Bo. Chapter 272. In the small silver world, Yi Fan transformed into a cauldron and descended from the sky, shattering Pang Bo. The cauldron was misty, and the aura of the great Tao circulated within it. Dang! The Black Empress pounced over, and the divine bell hanging above her head emitted a melodious chime. Golden light descended like streaks of silk, crushing down on Pang Bo's divine sense fragments. Clang! No matter how powerful Pang Bo was, he couldn't withstand it. His divine sense clanged, and a portion of it turned into dust on the spot. Boom! The ancient cauldron was like an immortal mountain, sinking inch by inch, and the silver space was about to crack. Pang Bo's divine sense couldn't withstand it, and he couldn't escape either. He was suppressed beneath this cauldron, and his powerful divine sense was fixed in place. The 9 Secrets was the most mysterious ancient technique in the Eastern Wasteland. No one knew who had created it, and each of them was incredibly powerful, representing the pinnacle of their respective domains. The secret of the 9 Secrets was even more immeasurable. As long as it was successfully used, regardless of whether it was speed, battle prowess, or divine sense, they could all be enhanced by 3 to 10 times. This was an incredible divine technique, and its terrifying effects were daunting. Even elites who had cultivated ancient scriptures were extremely wary of it. Yi Fan used this secret technique to its pinnacle, amplifying it by 10 times. At this moment, his divine sense was almost comparable to that of a great elite. With his body as the cauldron, he suppressed Pang Bo until he couldn't retaliate at all. You had a good time beating me just now, didn't you? You destroyed a lot of my divine sense. Now, it's time for revenge. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and activated the golden divine bell in a frenzy. The long chime of the bell didn't stop, transforming into streaks of golden ripples. They seemed gentle, but they were even sharper and more terrifying than the heavenly saber. The golden streaks were like a tidal wave, like a tsunami, drowning Pang Bo. The large bell rang continuously, and even the silver space was trembling. Pang Bo's divine sense quickly dimmed. It was fixed in place by the cauldron, and then shaken by the large bell. Under the suppression of such power, it was continuously refined and turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, 10% of the silver divine sense had disappeared. If this continued, it would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Yi Fan shouted, "Retreat!" The secret technique of the 9 Secrets could not be used endlessly after being activated. Instead, it had a time limit, and it could only be used a few times before disappearing. Clang! The Black Emperor retreated like a bolt of black lightning. Yi Fan transformed into his human form and entered the bell, being protected inside. Pang Bo reassembled his true body and couldn't help but let out a long howl. His powerful divine sense was like the crashing waves of the sea, deafening and deafening. The area within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a land of tides. The 9 Esoteric Secrets. You actually have the 9 Esoteric Secrets. Pang Bo gnashed his teeth. His face was filled with killing intent and shock. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the jade-like green lotus flew back to him. It looked soft and tender, but it was even tougher than dragon tendons. The most mysterious ancient skills in the eastern wilderness have been broken up and scattered all over the world. Some of them have been completely lost, and it's almost impossible for them to appear again. Pang Bo's eyes flashed with silver light. He held the divine lotus in his hand and gently brushed it. A green light rushed out and struck the large bell. He shouted, "Break for me." Boom! The golden bell rumbled as if it had been struck by a mountain. Golden light surged out in all directions, continuously vibrating. A tender green lotus, yet its attack power is so powerful. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Pang Bo held the green lotus in his hand and continuously swept it over. Strands of green light were like raging waves beating against the shore, like rocks piercing through the sky. Even though they were protected by the golden bell, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were still affected and couldn't hold on for long. "Brat, hurry up." The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yi Fan didn't reply. He calmed his mind and focused. He could only activate the 10 times stacking divine art after more than 100 times, so it was useless to be anxious. Clang! Pang Bo held the divine lotus and swept it repeatedly at the golden divine bell. The force was getting stronger and stronger, as if it could send the divine bell flying at any time. Demon God 9 slashes, deprivation. Suddenly, Pang Bo shouted and used another slash of the Demon God 9 slashes. It was this secret technique that imprisoned Yi Fan and the Black Emperor's divine senses into this small silver world. At this moment, he used it again. A dazzling silver light appeared and surrounded the golden bell, wanting to take it away. Clang, the golden divine bell shook, and golden streams of light shot out one after another. However, they were still unable to block it. The bell was leaving inch by inch, and was about to be taken away. Whoosh! Pangbo held the green lotus in his hand, and the two of them became one. Green splendor soared into the sky, sparkling and translucent. He was borrowing the divine power of his weapon. It was obvious that this slash of the demon god 9 slashes was very strenuous for him. Hurry, I can't hold on any longer. The Black Emperor anxiously sent a sound transmission. If the divine bell was taken away, he and Yi Fan would definitely be in danger. Without defense, they would not be able to block Pangbo's attack at all. The demon god 9 slashes could destroy both their body and soul. All right. Yi Fan shouted. Boom. Finally, he once again displayed the all character of the 9 secrets. Divine might rushed out, and his powerful divine will was incomparable. He stretched out a large hand. Bam! He grabbed the golden bell back and activated the battle saint technique, swinging the bell towards Pangbo. Clang, like the morning bell of ancient heaven, the loud sound was like a tide, sweeping in all directions. Strand after strand of golden radiance continuously shot out, drowning out the small silver world. Pangbo was immediately sent flying. He could not block such a violent force, and his entire body was shattered. Yi Fan followed up with 10 times more power. The time was short, and it was fleeting. He had to seize the opportunity. Clang, he swung the large bell and slammed it down with all his might. The sound of the bell shook the sky, and golden light shone in tens of thousands of rays. Clang! Pangbo reformed his true body, holding the divine lotus to resist. He swept towards the large bell, but he could not move it at all. Against a divine will that was several times his, even with the demon god supreme technique, he could not withstand it. Boom! It was as if he had been hit by a great mountain. He flew backwards, and his body cracked. In an instant, it broke apart, and only a divine lotus remained in the air. Yi Fan returned the large bell to the Black Emperor and used the battle saint technique. Together with the all character of the 9 secrets, he was like a god of war descending into the world. His entire body was blazing as he suppressed down. Clang! The divine lotus swayed, wrapping around the shattered divine will. It struck towards the silver space, wanting to escape from this place. Hurry and stop it, or else it will escape, the Black Emperor shouted loudly. He first used the large bell to block the azure lotus. Clang! A 9-story ancient pagoda appeared above Yi Fan's head. It was majestic, and it immediately pressing down on the azure lotus. Clang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. The Black Emperor rushed over, using the large golden bell to stick to the divine lotus, locking it in place and making it difficult for it to move. Collect! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The 9-story ancient pagoda enlarged, sucking in all of Pangbo's divine will. Brilliant light shone, and it began to be refined. He sat cross-legged in the air, facing the ancient pagoda without moving. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the old demon in one go. Boom! The ancient pagoda trembled. Pangbo fiercely attacked, wanting to escape. At this moment of life and death, he did not even hesitate to ignite his divine sense. Retreat! Yi Fan refined a portion of Pangbo's divine will, and then flew back. The large black dog was very tacit, and used the large bell to protect him. Pangbo transformed into his true body, his expression incredibly cold. By now, he had lost a total of 30% of the power of his divine will. If this continued, he would definitely die. Swoosh! With a sweep of the divine lotus in his hand, the silver small world was torn apart, and the divine will space quickly disintegrated. He did not want to be trapped here, so he decisively chose to retreat. In the forest, Pangbo's physical body sat cross-legged, unmoving. The azure lotus wrapped around his divine will and quickly rushed downwards. Chase! Yi Fan shouted loudly, and his divine will rushed over like a golden river. The Black Emperor gritted his teeth, and also chased after him with the divine bell. Swish, 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 the three of them rushed into Pang Bo's forehead one after another, and then entered his body, their divine senses shining brightly. You guys have gone too far. Killing intent appeared on Pang Bo's face, and he turned to look at Yi Fan and the Black Emperor who had chased in. Old monster, it's you who has gone too far, seizing another's physical body. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Every physical body was like a small universe, and they were extremely mysterious. Perhaps a small space could contain the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. For example, the divine sense was boundless, and when the three of them stood here, it was as if they were facing a vast starry sky. Where did you seal the real Pang Bo? Yi Fan asked loudly. Kill him directly, and the seal will naturally be undone. The large black dog was seething with killing intent. He had suffered a great loss today, so he naturally would not be merciful. Pang Bo's expression was sinister, and he held the azure lotus in his hand without moving. However, a ripple that caused one's heart to palpitate vibrated out. The large black dog hurriedly activated his divine will, and used the large golden bell to protect his body. Yi Fan also hid inside. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Pang Bo shouted loudly, and his divine will surged out like the tide. His divine sense body instantly dimmed, and it could be imagined just how astonishing the consumption of this slash was. Like true dragons, silver streaks shot out one after another, drowning out the small world within a circumference of 300 meters. At this moment, both Yi Fan and the Black Emperor felt their blood run cold. Time seemed to have stopped, and they sank into eternity. This was a supreme secret technique that specialized in attacking divine sense, and its name was Divine Wound. You can all die. Pang Bo held the azure lotus, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his body trembled. He had no strength left, and could not hold on any longer. Pang! He suddenly cracked, and the 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound was suddenly interrupted. He slowly regained his physical form, and his expression was filled with unwillingness as he said, I cannot truly unleash this slash now. Otherwise, all of you will definitely be annihilated. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The ancient scripture created by the demon god emperor was indeed terrifying. Destruction, deprivation, divine wound. These secret techniques were unfathomable. No wonder the demon god could sweep through the world 10,000 years ago, and even snatch away the precious treasure of the middle state. The ancient scripture created by the demon god would definitely shock the heaven and earth. Putting aside everything else, just the 3 slashes alone was enough to frighten people. He injured himself. Let's see how he doesn't die now. The large black dog shook the large bell, and took the initiative to attack. Boom! At the same time, Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets for the 3rd time, and unleashed the all-secret technique. His divine sense surged like a golden ocean. He used the battle saint technique, and with a pang, shattered Pang Bo. On the other side, the Black Emperor also suppressed that divine lotus. This time, there was no more suspense. Just now, Pang Bo was forced to unleash the 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound, but it ended in failure, and he was severely injured. At this moment, he could not block Yi Fan's divine might at all, and was instantly crushed. Boom! Yi Fan transformed into a large cauldron, and sucked him in completely, beginning the final refinement. Don't turn him into ashes, or the demon god ancient scripture will also be annihilated, the Black Emperor shouted. Yi Fan, is that you? A divine sense transmitted from the depths of this body's consciousness. Pang Bo. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He knew that this was the real Pang Bo. Chapter 273. Don't be distracted, the old demon hasn't been killed yet. The Black Emperor reminded. The power of the word all of the 9 secrets caused Yi Fan's divine sense to be as vast as the ocean. He transformed into a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron, as if he had become one with heaven and earth, bearing the mark of the great Tao. You can't maintain this state forever. Seal him into my golden divine bell, and I guarantee that he will be sealed forever. The large black dog suggested. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor worked together, sealing the heavily injured old demon into the divine bell and suppressing it. Just a divine bell isn't enough. Perhaps only with the help of a weapon refined by a great being can we firmly seal him. Yi Fan returned to his true form, and grabbed the divine lotus in his hand. His divine sense rushed out like a golden river, repeatedly cleansing this seemingly weak weapon, completely erasing the mark of its original owner. This is a divine lotus refined by a great being, the true form of the descendant of the demon race emperor. This is a rare weapon. The Black Emperor's eyes flickered. Do you dare to use it? At that time, you will probably be hunted down by the demon race. Yi Fan warned it, in case the large black dog became greedy. Swoosh! Yi Fan held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, he placed it on the golden bell. The divine bell shook, releasing a long trill. Only now did Yi Fan let out a long breath, and said, "All right, 2 weapons are enough to suppress him. After saving Pang Bo, we will decide how to deal with him." "Pang Bo, where are you?" "Over here." In the depths of his mind, Pang Bo's voice sounded. After searching for a while, a glowing cage appeared in front of him, completely forged from the power of divine sense. Pang Bo's origin divine sense was trapped by silver chains. Yi Fan. Pang Bo laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. Yi Fan also felt a sour feeling in his heart. In these past few years, Pang Bo had been imprisoned, living a life of darkness. "All of this is over, I'll save you." Yi Fan attacked, breaking the cage, and shattering the silver chains of divine sense. A few minutes later, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor rushed out of this body, and Pang Bo gained control of the body. There were ancient trees here, but they weren't very densely packed. There were a few pavilions, flowing water, and old vines hanging down. It was very natural and lively. These few years have been really dark and gloomy. Most of the time, I cultivated passively, and the only fun is to curse that old demon. Pang Bo was an optimistic person, and rarely felt sad, so he quickly adjusted. Yi Fan found out from his conversation that the old monster was originally born together with Pang Bo, so it was difficult for him to do anything to him. However, after coming here and discovering Immortal Palace, everything changed. In particular, with the help of the Green Flood Dragon King and the Peacock King, the old demon's lifespan, which was about to be exhausted, was given a chance to be reborn. Half a year ago, the old monster had taken control of this body, and his spiritual sense and mind power had grown stronger and stronger. We came from the other side of the starry sky. This secret was known by the old demon. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "What? God, I survived." Pang Emperor panted. The old monster attached great importance to the other side of the starry sky, and was especially interested in everything related to ancient China. For Pang Bo, the past few years had been a kind of torture, but also a kind of training. At first, he was born with the old demon and was suppressed by a supreme being. His cultivation speed was astonishing. Later on, the old demon took control of the body, and his cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. After all, he was a supreme being of the demon race. After obtaining a powerful body, he once again stepped on the path of cultivation and advanced by leaps and bounds. Damn it, I don't even know if I'm a human or a demon now. That old thing tormented my body until it's unrecognizable. Ding ling ling. The big black dog ran over with its bald tail raised. It was as strong as a bull, and there was a small golden bell hanging from its neck. Yi Fan stared at the bell and wanted to laugh. He rubbed his chin and pondered. This big dog seemed to have a great background. "This dog is really big," Pang Bo exclaimed. Seeing the two of them staring at it, the big black dog bared its teeth and said, "What are you looking at? Are you jealous that this emperor is so valiant and strong? This big dog is many times bigger than the Tibetan Mastiff you raised before. *CK, I'm not raised by him. I was planning to take him as a human pet." The big black dog's face darkened. Black lines appeared on Yifan's forehead, and he said, "Go away. Brat, you're burning the bridge after crossing it." The big black dog was very displeased. The battle with the old demon had caused him to suffer a great loss. It would be difficult for him to recover without a few months of rest. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's hurry and leave. Yifan stood up. I can't go with you. Pang Bo shook his head. Are you worried? Yifan asked. If I leave, the demon race will hunt you down all over the world. At that time, you'll be in a very bad situation, Pang Bo explained. Now, his life was not in danger, and he could leave on his own in the future. However, it was not suitable for him to leave now. I know everything about the old demon. They won't find any flaws. In the future, I will be a member of the demon race. Pang Bo insisted on staying. Yifan sent the big black dog away, and began a secret conversation with him. After a long time, the loud laughter of the two of them rang out from the forest. This is good too. One of us is in the human race, and the other is in the demon race. In the future, we can support each other. In a few months, I'll be able to walk around openly and help you get rid of 1 or 2 holy sons. Sooner or later, we'll find our way back. Nearby, the big black dog pursed his lips and said, F***ck, these 2 brats are not good people. In the future, they'll definitely be a pair of scourges. It was indeed not suitable for Pang Bo to leave. Otherwise, this place would definitely be in chaos. However, from now on, he was already a free man. With the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted in the future. Are you 2 done with your calculations? If you still don't leave, you might alert others, the big black dog urged impatiently. Leave that green lotus behind. Yifan asked for this sect weapon, and handed it to Pang Bo. With a flash of green light, it entered his body. The big black dog was reluctant to leave, and said, a rare treasure. My heart aches. Yifan said, let's work together to dissolve the old demon, or we'll be in big trouble in the future. There's no need to turn into ashes, as long as we can suppress it. The big black dog stopped him. In the end, the 3 of them worked together to suppress the old demon in the golden divine bell. Actually, the old demon couldn't cause any trouble even without being sealed. The divine wound of the demon emperor 9 slashes had hit him, and he was severely injured. Yifan and the Black Emperor left the immortal palace, and successfully passed through the meteorite forest, erasing all traces and auras. The big black dog's origin was mysterious, and he could even break the Tao patterns set up by great experts, so he naturally wouldn't leave any flaws when he left. The star stones, divine blood soil, and the rest were almost all wasted, and that half of Fang Yuan's energy was also almost used up. This was a kind of extravagant squandering. In the dead of night, not a sound could be heard. At the peak of the mountain, the ancient pine trees were tall and beautiful, and spring water flowed in the forest. Yifan silently returned to his room. This night, he slept deeply. After resolving a big worry in his heart, his whole body was relaxed. In the morning, the fire bead rose, and the morning glow shone in through the window. After washing up, Yifan was full of energy, and he started to think about leaving. The big black dog walked in listlessly, his face tired, and he kept cursing. After struggling for a whole night, he didn't get the Demon Emperor ancient scripture. After eating breakfast, Yifan went to find Tu Fei, and discussed with him about leaving this place in a few days to go to the Jade Pool meeting. Little Yi, why are you in such a hurry? Tu Fei was too happy to leave, and he walked very close to a female demon. He didn't want to leave. Do you want to miss the Jade Pool meeting? The saints and saintesses of the great sage's land will all go, and the little golden wing Peking and other demons will also show up. You can't miss it. Why are you in such a hurry? I will go with Princess Yen. We still have time. Because of some reasons, the Jade Pool postponed the meeting. Tu Fei didn't want to leave. Yifan was a little uncomfortable. The old monster that he had subdued last night was definitely from Yen Ruyu's tribe. However, he didn't have a choice. To save Pang Bo, he had to do that. Black King, don't burn that old monster into ashes. When I'm strong enough, I will decide how to deal with him. Yi Fan sent him a message discreetly. Damn it, this emperor wants this damned old demoness to become one with this emperor's divine bell. The Black Emperor cursed. Little Yi, let's go to the monster city together? Asked Tu Fei. You're going to have a date with a monster. I'm just an eyesore. Yi Fan smiled, shaking his head. Seems like you've made up your mind. How about this? After 2 days, we will leave together. I want to find Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiran. Alright, I'll wait for you for 2 more days. Yi Fan didn't want to leave abruptly to avoid the monster clan's suspicion. Before he left, he listened to Black King's suggestion. He decided to go to the monster city to collect some materials to carve his drawings. Perhaps, they would be useful in the future. Monster City had many historical relics. It had been built for 800 years. Although it wasn't a big city, it had many old shops. Yi Fan had collected many precious materials. However, they weren't cheap. Tu Fei and a female monster walked in front of him. They acted intimately and didn't avoid Shi Yan. Hey, you two, take it easy. Don't treat us like air, said Black King. That female monster chuckled. You're such a hot-tempered dog. You can talk now. Why haven't you transformed yet? Yi Fan sensed that some demons were looking at him strangely. He felt that he really had to leave. Not long afterward, Qin Yao appeared. Her body was soft like a willow swaying in the wind. Why did you come to the monster city again? So many eyes are watching you. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Her eyes twinkled, which made her look charming. Qin Yao Jiejia. A young female monster smiled sweetly. She had a charming appearance and was wearing a golden feather dress. She walked towards them nimbly. Don't walk with big sister Qin Yao. When Yi Fan heard this warning, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This girl was secretly sending him a message. However, when she faced Qin Yao, she smiled sweetly. She didn't show any hostility. Yi Fan smiled and sent her a message discreetly. Why? Have you ever heard of a toad lusting after a swan's meat? The young girl replied disdainfully, her head held high. Yi Fan was bewildered. He didn't know how he had provoked this young girl. Little girl, you're meddling too much. The young girl said coldly, if you really want Qin Yao Jiejia, then stay away from her. Don't get too close to her. You are born with a useless body. You can only go in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. You will never become a true expert. You are not worthy of Qin Yao. Yi Fan was speechless. He rubbed his chin and said, why are you doing this? Brother Goldfeather, Brother Bitter Bamboo, and Brother White Phoenix are all geniuses at the 5th firmament of the Dao Palace. Only they are worthy of big sister Qin Yao. It might have been fine if you were in the southern region, but now that you're in the northern region, do you still think you're a toad trying to eat swan meat? Stop dreaming. So you are standing up for those 3 toads. But little girl, you are meddling too much. Yi Fan said in a low voice. They didn't say anything. They were all secretly sending messages, so no one else knew. You will be stuck in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm for the rest of your life. Even if you are invincible among your level, to geniuses of the 4 extreme secret realm and above, your useless body is useless. So, don't bother Qin Yao. For her sake, leave quickly. Don't drag her down. Chapter 274. This beautiful girl in golden feather garments was arrogant. She disdained Yi Fan a lot. It made Yi Fan speechless. It was just an undeserved calamity. He didn't provoke the other. Just because he walked with Qin Yao, he was treated with enmity. You're trash. You don't deserve Qin Yao Jiejia. You should leave now. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. This girl was called Jin Yen. Her golden feather garments were dazzling, accentuating the curves of her soft body. She looked mesmerizing, but her words were ruthless. Yi Fan shook his head indifferently. Little girl, I don't want to lower myself to your level. You're not comparable to the geniuses like Jin Yu Ge, Ku Zhu Ge, and Bai Feng Ge. Don't ask for trouble here, said the girl in golden clothes coldly. Little girl, you're so strange. You don't know right from wrong. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan started to ignore her. The few of them walked along the streets of the demon city and stopped from time to time. Many of the old shops that sold precious materials were places where they stopped. Jean Yan, the girl in golden feather garments, sent messages to mock Yi Fan. If you really want Xin Yao Jiejia, you should disappear quickly. Don't ever come back. You will never understand the world of geniuses. You and I are from two different worlds. Yi Fan was treated with such hostility and was always ridiculed, so he was a little angry. He couldn't help but say, little girl, what did you eat today? A dragon or 10 elephants? Are you a little too full? Do you have nothing better to do? You. Monster girl Jean Yen glared at him maliciously. Eventually, she quieted down. However, her enmity was thicker now. This old shop has a grand aura. It looks ancient. I think it's been here for a long time, said Tu Fei. By the roadside, there was an ancient shop called Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. It wasn't small, but it was imposing. Many people came and went. The female monster walking with Tu Fei smiled and said, this is the Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. Ancestor Soaring Phoenix built it 800 years ago. It's really famous in Monster City. Jean Yen nodded and raised her chin proudly. Ancestor Fengxiang is an old subordinate of Green Serpent King, one of the first seniors to enter this small world. Demon City was built by them. Tu Fei was speechless. A warrior from 800 years ago. If he's still alive, his competence should be tremendous, right? The vixen beside him nodded and said, of course. Although he can't compare to the Almighty, he's still unfathomable. Qin Yao nodded and said, there are only a few seniors left who followed the Azure Flood Dragon King. They are all nearing the end of their lifespans. Yi Fan immediately thought of the few old demons he saw outside the Green Serpent King's treasury. All of them were at the end of their lives, and their flames of life were about to extinguish. Patriarch Fengxiang should be one of them. Let's go in and see. Perhaps Brother Bai Feng is inside. The golden-clothed girl smiled, holding Qin Yao's hand and walking in the front. The Soaring Phoenix Pavilion had an ancient charm. All kinds of spiritual medicines were sealed in translucent jade boxes. The fragrance of medicine permeated the air. Some monster cultivators surrounded the pavilion. The monster race paid great attention to the cultivation of the physique. Thus, many spiritual medicines were related to bone forging and marrow cleansing. They were all made from rare treasures and were very expensive. On the other side were all kinds of weapons. They were all special weapons of the monster race. For example, there were demon fans made from the wings of big monsters, and precious clothes made from the scales of the legendary warriors when they transformed. Inside the Soaring Phoenix Pavilion, there was a white-clothed man with an ethereal aura. His black skin was like a waterfall, and his eyes were clear. He seemed to be the owner of the pavilion. The monster girl Jean Yen, wearing a golden feather dress, called out sweetly, Brother Bai Feng, you are really here. The white-clothed man stood up to welcome her. I just came back from the outside world today. I came to Monster City to see. Big sister Qin Yao is here to see you. Jean Yen pulled Qin Yao's arm and walked over. Qin Yao's figure was graceful like a willow in the wind. Her long dress dragged on the ground, revealing her curves. Her eyes sparkled. She tapped Jean Yan's forehead with her jade-like hand and said, Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Jean Yen smiled sweetly and didn't say anything else. However, she secretly transmitted her voice to Yi Fan, saying, See? This is Brother Bai Feng, a genius at the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace. He can enter the 4 levels mystery realm at any time. Don't you feel ashamed? Yi Fan was a little speechless. This girl named Jean Yen was really against him. Even ignoring her was useless. Yi Fan ignored her. He turned to the large black dog and said, "Black Emperor, see if there are any good materials we can collect." He and the Black Emperor walked to the side and began to choose. After all, this was an 800-year-old shop, so there were indeed many precious materials. After walking around, Yi Fan came to the place where rare stones were displayed. The Phoenix Soaring Pavilion also sold origin stones, similar to a stone gambling den. On the old red sandalwood shelves, there were stones of various sizes. There were only about 30 of them, ranging from the size of walnuts to the size of water basins. There were no stones that were too heavy. Yi Fan's heart suddenly moved. He felt that these stones were not simple. They actually had the aura of absolute beginning. At this moment, Tu Fei, Qi Miao, and the others were looking at a 5-colored feather fan. The colors were very beautiful, and there was a 5-color divine light flowing around it. This treasured fan is the demonic feather that the Phoenix Soaring ancestor shed. He then personally refined it into a phoenix feather fan. It is an extremely precious weapon, Bai Feng introduced. I've heard of this treasure long ago. It is said that it can fan a mountain into dust, Jean Yen said in surprise. I've also heard of the phoenix feather fan. It is a rare treasure. It is one of the weapons that the Phoenix Soaring ancestor used in the past. The demon beside Tu Fei couldn't bear to part with it. She said, "How much is this treasured fan worth?" Bai Feng smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's not for sale. We keep it for our shop. Brother Bai Feng wants to give it to Qiniao Jiejie." "Don't count on it," teased Jean Yen. "Oh, so." The young female demon looked regretful. "Little girl, you need a beating. Why do you always talk nonsense?" Qiniao rolled her eyes at her. "Brother Bai Feng, you have to hurry. A toad from the southern region wants Qiniao Jiejie." Jean Yen glanced at Yi Fan, who wasn't far from them. "Don't babble nonsense." Qiniao glanced at her. "He is." Bai Feng frowned. "His name is Yi Fan. He has become famous recently," said Jean Yen. Yi Fan had the source root of myriad energy. In this small world, many members of the monster clan knew about it. Hearing that, Bai Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. Then, she smiled and walked forward. "Little brother Yi, are you interested in these stones?" Bai Feng came to him and asked. "Indeed, I want to choose a few." Yi Fan nodded. "These stones are all valuable. They were obtained by Patriarch Feng Xiang many years ago. After so many years, there aren't many left," Bai Feng explained with a smile. Yi Fan understood that Patriarch Feng Xiang was a subordinate of the Blue Dragon King. He must have plundered the mines of the Holy Land before, so he must have obtained these stones. He chose a few, but he didn't plan to cut them open here. Looks like little brother Yi is quite knowledgeable about this. The source stones you choose should be able to produce source stones. Bai Feng nodded. Suddenly, the large black dog became very excited. He transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, saying, "There's something strange about that broken pot over there. Ask him where he got it from." Hearing this, Yi Fan turned and looked to the side. There were some damaged weapons there. Among them was a copper pot. It was missing a spout, and it was dim and lusterless. He walked over, holding it in his hand and carefully examining it. The copper pot was very heavy, but there was nothing special about it. There was only a mark carved on the lid of the pot. The mark was a little strange, and it looked like the face of a ghost. "This copper pot is damaged, but it hasn't been abandoned. What's its origin?" Yi Fan asked. "Little brother Yi, did you discover something?" Bai Feng asked. "I'm just asking casually. Could it really be that it has an origin?" Bai Feng took the pot and said, "Some friends and I brought this back from outside. If I'm not wrong, it should be an artifact from the primordial age." "What? That's impossible, right?" Beside them, Tu Fei, Qi Miao, and the others were all shocked. Bai Feng shook her head and said, "This isn't an important artifact. The only thing that's valuable about it is the mysterious Tao pattern carved on it, and that's why it hasn't deteriorated yet. Could it be that you guys discovered a great treasure? Jean Yan's eyes lit up. It's just a small historical site, but we did discover something special. The Black Emperor instantly couldn't sit still, and he seemed very excited. He anxiously transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, saying, "Hurry up and get some information from him. We have to find out where he discovered it. Could it be that this broken pot has an origin?" Yi Fan was surprised, and he transmitted his voice to the large black dog. "This broken pot isn't that valuable. The important thing is that the place where it was buried is extremely important." The large black dog was so excited that he was almost trembling. "Tell me more details so that I can make a better judgment and get some information from him," Yi Fan transmitted his voice. "Do you still remember the Broken Cloud Mountain Range? I once passed by there, and I said that it was the place of a fierce person." The large black dog gritted his teeth, and said, "From the looks of it now, that place might not be the only one. There might be an even more important place. The true holy artifact might be buried somewhere else." "What kind of fierce person is he? Does he have a powerful background?" Yi Fan asked. "Of course. If news of this gets out, the entire North region will go crazy," the large black dog said solemnly. "We have to find out where they obtained this broken pot." Yi Fan held the broken pot in his hand, and pondered for a moment before saying, "The devilish face insignia on it is slightly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember where." "Oh, really?" Bai Feng was shocked. The female demonic beast, Jean Yan, scoffed. "You're pretending to be profound. How long have you been in the North region? What kind of history could you possibly know?" Yi Fan was indeed bluffing. Everything he did was to obtain more information. "Don't be rude," Bai Feng reprimanded. Then, she turned to smile at Yi Fan, and said, "There will be a gathering of the elites of the demonic beast tribe at night. How about little brother Yi come and drink a few cups with us?" "That's not very appropriate. I don't know any of them," Yi Fan said in a tactful manner. "That's nothing. You can come with brother Tu Fei. You're both honored guests," Bai Feng said with a smile. "Big brother Bai Feng, why are you inviting him?" The female demonic beast, Jean Yan, was extremely displeased. Then, she smiled charmingly at Yi Fan, and said, "You can go and have a look. Perhaps these people will be the ones to control the demonic beast tribe of the North region in the future. Since that's the case, I'll thank you in advance. I'll definitely go and trouble them when the time comes." Yi Fan nodded with a smile. That night, many young elites of the demonic beast tribe gathered in a dazzling palace. Even Yen Ruyu and Qing Yi had arrived. A group of beautiful demonic beasts danced gracefully in the palace. Their veils were translucent, and their bodies were graceful. Many jade tables were set up in the palace, and some young elites of the demonic beast tribe with lofty statuses were enjoying delicacies. The fragrance of fine wine wafted through the air, and the sound of melodious music filled the air. Many young elites were gathered here, and it was very lively. Everyone toasted and toasted. Chapter 275. Inside the palace, the lights were bright. Fairies danced and their white robes fluttered in the wind. It was as if they were in the Moon Palace. Everyone drank and chatted merrily. Young experts of the monster clan sat behind the white jade tables. They were toasting each other. Yi Fan and Tu Fei also clinked their glasses. They enjoyed this atmosphere a lot. The Jade Lake Grand Meeting is about to begin. "I wonder who's going," someone asked. "Her Highness and Qingyi are both going. There should be 6 or 7 people in total. There are many powerful demons in the northern region. It's not just limited to our small world. There will definitely be a lot of people. Even the little Peking and the others from the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory are coming. You can imagine how lively the Jade Lake Grand Meeting will be. Speaking of which, the little Peking is obviously going for the 2 divine bodies and the Yaoguang Saint. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering battle it will be." After everyone talked about this, they could not help but look at Yi Fan. The sacred body of the ancients was shocking to be able to defeat the little Peking, who was at the same level. The little Peking can probably suppress the divine bodies. He might not be on par with the great emperor when he was young, but he's close. Is the sacred body really that terrifying? Many people had strange expressions. According to ancient records, only geniuses who have the potential to become great emperor can suppress the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. The demon girl Jin Yen scoffed. Unfortunately, the sacred body of the ancients can only go beyond the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. No one talked about this in depth. Most people understood that no matter how strong one's physique was, one could only be regarded as useless if they were trapped in a secret realm and could never move forward. Jin Yen continued, actually, the little Peking's most powerful talent can only be used after entering the 4-level secret realm. His last defeat was too unjust. That's true. The rock race becomes more terrifying as they get to the later stages. Once the dragon-slaying skill is used, the world will be invincible. Isn't there such a legend in the past? There is indeed such a legend. The supreme rock-slaying skill is said to be able to kill a real dragon. Once this skill is used, all other spells will pale in comparison. If they were to fight in the 4-level secret realm, the little Peking should be able to fight against the sacred body of the ancients. Yi Fan and Tu Fei clinked glasses. He did not feel much about such comments. He would not be able to get rid of the title of a useless body if he did not enter the 4 secret realms. Damn it, these birdmen. Tu Fei cursed in a low voice. I really want to see what kind of competence you have in the 4 extreme secret domains. Can you provide me with 5 million kilograms of source energy? Yi Fan picked up some food and was not affected by it as he enjoyed the delicacy. With so many origin stones, we can only rob the Holy Lands or enter the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Tu Fei shook his head. I really hope that you can enter the 4 extreme secret domains to subdue those saints' sons and saintesses. The Holy Maiden will stay and build a huge harem, Yi Fan said with a smile. I can't believe you can still smile. Tu Fei shook his wine pot and said, anyway, it's lucky that you can't cultivate. Otherwise, you would have been killed by some Holy Lands. Is there any difference now? The Ji clan is chasing me all over the world. What are your plans for the future? Yi Fan smiled and said, I have some confidence in my original technique. After a while, I plan to go to the holy city to gamble on stones. I will visit the gambling houses of the great sage's land. The big black dog was drunk. He squinted at him and stuck out his tongue. I know you are a disaster. When the time comes, you will win a saintess for me to be my pet. Go away. Woof. The dog's bark scared people. Then, the big black dog fell on the ground, drunk. In the small world, the young experts of the monster clan talked about everything. At this moment, Bai Feng stood up and said, Jinyu, Kuzhu, and I went out and found a vestige. We dug out some ancient artifacts, but we don't know their origins. I want to ask for your advice. He clapped his hands, and some small monsters carried in a big iron box. It was so heavy that the jade slabs on the ground cracked. After the big iron box was opened, a rotten smell wafted out. There were dozens of bronze artifacts, all of which were damaged. There were broken copper bells, broken gourds, rusty cauldrons. There was a large pile of artifacts, all of which were damaged. None of them were intact. They could not be used at all. Everyone gathered around, holding them in their hands and looking at them. They discussed spiritedly. Could it be the treasure vault of some small ancient sect? Unfortunately, it's all damaged. Something is wrong. These artifacts are very heavy, and the remnant Tao patterns are complicated and hard to understand. They probably have some origins. Could it be an artifact left behind by some ancient sect? Yen Ruyu and Qing Yi also came forward. They were both looking at these artifacts, but they could not come to any conclusion. Yi Fan woke the Black Emperor up and also came forward to look at them. The big black dog instantly became excited. At this moment, Yifan also discovered that there were 2 or 3 artifacts that had the mark of a ghost face. It was the same mark that had been on the copper pot during the day. Although the people present also noticed the ghost face mark, they had never seen or heard of it, so they could not guess anything. Where were these artifacts dug out from? Qing Yi asked. They were discovered in the Chu province, Bai Feng replied. As expected. The big black dog took a deep breath. His nose shone slightly, and then he silently retreated. Yifan was slightly speechless. A dog's nose was the most sensitive, and this guy had become a spirit. This damned dog knew that they were dug out in the Chu province, so he would definitely be able to find them in the future. Bai Feng asked Yifan, but he could not give her any results. In the end, no one knew the origins of these artifacts, so they could not obtain any valuable information. The big iron box was carried away. In the palace, there were richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, and it was a dazzling sight. Many young demonic race cultivators had gathered, and they were all toasting each other. It was a very lively scene. A group of beautiful young maidens danced in the middle of the palace. They were all bewitching and enchanting, and every frown and smile was enough to steal one's soul. Every young bewitching spirit had a devilish figure. Their slender jade-like bodies were faintly discernible under their silk dresses. Their necks were as white as a swan's, and their beautiful black hair formed a strong contrast between black and white. Their jade-like faces were so supple that they could be blown apart by the wind, and they were extremely charming. Tu Fei raised his head and drank a cup of fine wine, saying, "What's the use of cultivation? In the end, it's just a pile of dirt. I've never seen anyone become a celestial, so it's better to fall into the seductive mortal world. If you don't cultivate, do you have the right to sit here?" Yifan poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. His goal of cultivation was to survive, and then he would cross the void and return to the other side of the galaxy. Now, it seemed like the road ahead was very long. The big black dog squinted his eyes, and with an aloof expression, he said, "You all don't understand the true meaning of cultivation." "We don't understand, but do you?" Tu Fei glanced at him. Ever since he had been bitten by the Black Emperor, he did not have a good impression of the big black dog. From the ancient times until now, millions of people have cultivated, but only 3 to 5 have achieved the Tao. For me, this is a path full of hope, and I'm on it. Tu Fei sneered, "So what if you've achieved the Tao? You can become an ancient sage and live thousands of years longer than others. In the end, you'll still become the dust of history. The owner of this small world is the best example." What kind of Tao did he achieve? The big black dog swallowed a roasted leg of lamb, speaking vaguely. "You have a high vision. Are you talking about the ancient emperors?" Yifan asked. "Of course, I'm talking about them," the big black dog said proudly. "From the ancient times until now, how many people like them are there?" Tu Fei poured himself a cup of wine, drank it up, and then said, "The Void Emperor, the Eternal Universe Emperor, and the Queen Mother of the West have achieved the Tao, and their lifespans are much longer than ordinary people. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." The big black dog wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't refute. He began to ponder. Behind a white jade table, a young man sat cross-legged. He had a fair complexion and was clad in golden Taoist robes, exuding a dazzling radiance. He also sighed, "The ancient emperors are truly hard to look up to. Even the various saint lords could only helplessly hang their heads, feeling that they are as insignificant as ants." Qin Yao sat not far away. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Brother Jin Yu, have you forgotten? Our Princess Yen is a descendant of the demon monarch. She must have some understanding of the ancient emperors." Jin Yu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, smiled warmly, and raised his cup to Qin Yao. At this moment, the surrounding people were also attracted by this topic, and they began to discuss it. Bai Feng, who was wearing a snow-white robe, asked Yen Ruyu, who was sitting in the center of the hall, "Your Highness, can you tell us about the past of the ancient emperors? What realm did he reach?" Yen Ruyu lived up to her name. She was like a warm jade with intelligence. Her charm was unparalleled, and she was perfect and flawless. Her pearly white teeth sparkled, and her red lips moved slightly as she said, "After our ancestor became the ancient emperors, no one could look up to his cultivation level. We couldn't even speculate about it. Even those closest to him didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the people around them couldn't estimate his cultivation level, let alone others. The ancient emperors were like an unsurpassable monument. The demon monarch was the last ancient emperors of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even in the recent past, they couldn't understand him, let alone those few ancient emperors from the desolate antiquity era." The young man named Jin Yu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, asked, "How powerful was the ancient emperors when they were young?" "It was too long ago. Our ancestor has already passed away for tens of thousands of years, and many things are already unclear." Yen Ruiyu's hair was black and shiny, and her skin was white and soft. She thought for a while and said, "He was a genius. After he was born, he was unrivaled among his peers. After a few years, he created some supreme divine arts." Off in the distance was a young man in a green robe whose name was Embittered Bamboo. "I heard that the Grand Emperor is a genius," he said. "After reading the ancient texts, you were able to come up with some magical techniques that you theorized about. Is that true?" Yen Ruyu smiled and nodded. "Yes, the first half of the demon monarch ancient scripture was created by the ancient emperor this way. Unfortunately, time is merciless. Everything has become the water of the east, and the waves wash away all heroes." A demon sighed drunkenly. "No matter what, the Green Lotus Emperor is one of the most powerful people in history. Only a handful of people can stand shoulder to shoulder with him," another demon said. There were too many topics about the ancient emperor. Everyone was looking forward to it, and they were all discussing it. Ku Zhu continued to ask, "Many ancient books have mentioned that the ancient emperor wanted to build the monster clan's ancient heaven 10,000 years ago. I wonder if it's true." Jin Yu nodded. "Yeah, there are many rumors. The records of the human clan and our monster clan all mention this. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it." Yen Ruyu shook her head. The Black Emperor mumbled, "Holy sh*t, this monster emperor is really intimidating. The monster clan's ancient heaven." Although Yi Fan had heard about it, he was still astounded when he heard the others talk about it. The party lasted until late at night before dispersing. Many people were already drunk. Even the demon girl named Jin Yen was a drunken mess, dancing drunkenly there. There were a few drunken demonic beasts who were swaying and discussing how to eat the black dog's meat. The drunken black dog cursed, and finally disappeared like a wisp of smoke. By phone, Jin Yu and Ku Zhu came to support Qin Yao. However, she smiled and pushed them away. Tu Fei and the female monster supported each other. They walked to Yen Ruyu and Qin Yi, saying, "You too. Goodbye. We will leave tomorrow." In fact, the original plan was to leave the day after tomorrow. However, Tu Fei thought that it would be dangerous for Yi Fan to stay here, so he said goodbye. Yi Fan also clasped his hands and said, "I'm sorry for troubling you this time." In the end, the group of people only dispersed very late at night. In the dim light of the night, the clear spring water flowed in the pine forest, which added some liveliness to the tranquil mountain peak. Tu Fei didn't come back. He went with the female monster. No one knew where the black dog had gone. The palace on the mountain peak was very quiet. "You came and left suddenly. Did you do something evil?" At this moment, Qin Yao's graceful body swayed as she walked into the palace. She was a little drunk. Her body was hot like a snake beauty. She was tall and slender, with a round butt and a small waist. Her jade-like arms were half naked. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were like water. "How could you think that way?" "It's not true. I left because some members of the monster clan wanted my mysterious yellow original root." Yi Fan was just like her. He was also a little drunk. "Don't try to hide it. There's something wrong." Qin Yao was like a willow in the wind. Her soft body swayed gracefully. She was a little drunk as she giggled. Princess guessed that you came here for Pang Bo. If you want to leave now, I'm afraid you've done something bad. She's heading to the Immortal Hall. She asked me to watch you. Kid, you can't run away. Yi Fan was startled. He sobered up a little. Yen Ruyu was really sharp. If Pang Bo hadn't stayed in the Immortal Hall, he would have been in danger this time. Soon, he relaxed again. He believed that Pang Bo wouldn't give himself away. No matter how smart Yen Ruyu was, she wouldn't be able to detect anything. Beauty, did you come to watch me? It's very dangerous for a man and a woman to be together in the middle of the night. Yi Fan teased her drunkenly. Qin Yao smiled charmingly and said, "You're a prisoner now. Don't try to escape. If you really went to the Immortal Hall, you might lose your life." Yi Fan's heart trembled. Fortunately, he didn't leave any loopholes. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get away. Beauty Qin, is this how you watch over a prisoner? You're tempting me to commit a crime. Yi Fan said indifferently after he relaxed. What do you know, kid? You might be a sacred body of the ancients at the second heaven of the Tao Palace, but you can't escape from my palm. You can't run away. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. You won't really kill me if I run away, will you? Of course I will. We're old lovers. I can't believe you're so cruel. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile and said, I don't believe you. Qin Yao's curves rose and fell. Her gauze skirt outlined her devilish figure in all the right places. She was exquisite and extremely seductive. Her smile was very seductive. She pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said, if you really dare to run away, I'll really dare to make a move. You can try if you don't believe me. Beauty Qin, you're teasing me. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Fan slapped her hand away and lifted her jade-like chin. Qin Yao's breath smelled like orchids. She licked her rosy lips and moved closer. You can't. Her warm breath brushed against Yi Fan's ear, making his cheeks warm up. He smiled drunkenly and said, if I can't, then who can? Qin Yao laughed tenderly. She placed one hand on his shoulder, and her delicate body leaned close to him. Her other hand lightly stroked his chest as she teased, little wimp, you're too young. After saying this, she pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said with a smile, your skin is very smooth and soft. You're worthy of being a little brat. Yi Fan did not hold back and pinched her tender cheek as well. He said, a beauty who plays with fire. I'm a normal man. Qin Yao exhaled a fragrant breath. She was drunk and said with a sweet smile, if I say you're young, then you're young. Don't interrupt me and don't try to run away. If something happens to the Immortal Palace, will you really kill me? Yi Fan felt a bit uncomfortable. It seems like you really entered the Immortal Palace? Qin Yao's eyes were very bright as she stared at him. Her hand that was placed on his chest surged with divine power. Please, I'm just a little cultivator from the Tao Palace's secret realm. How could I enter that kind of place? I'm sure you guys laid down powerful restrictions. That's good. Be a little more obedient. Qin Yao once again revealed a bewitching smile. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were very misty. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her skin was snow-white and exquisite. Beauty, can you not get so close? I'm afraid I might accidentally eat you. If that happens, it will be troublesome if you come after me with your life on the line. Yi Fan lifted her chin and teased. You think you can eat me? Qin Yao laughed like a flower. Her curvaceous body swayed within her dress. It was extremely alluring. Yi Fan said with a smile, since that's the case, I don't have any misgivings. I'll just go on a killing spree. Little brat, you still want to tease me. Qin Yao struggled free. Then, she reached out to caress his cheek and said, it's more like I'm teasing you. At this point, she boldly planted a kiss on Yi Fan's face. Then, she retreated with a smile. She shook her slender fingers and said, don't even think about escaping. Wait for the princess to return, or else I will really kill you. I won't escape. Yi Fan came from the other side of the universe, so it was impossible for him to be conservative. Naturally, he would not remain indifferent after being teased by Qin Yao. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Qin Yao's slender and round waist. Then, he pulled her closer and planted his lips on her alluring face. Qin Yao giggled, her half-naked jade-like arm brushing past his ear and then his neck. She said, "I'm the one teasing you, not the other way around." Yi Fan stopped being polite when he heard that. He lowered his head and sealed her bright red lips. Qin Yao's slender and soft body struggled like a water snake. However, Yi Fan's arms were as hard as steel. Given how strong the sacred body of the ancients was, it was impossible for her to break free. Qin Yao stopped struggling and responded passionately. Her hair was in a mess, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. She was pink like jade and her hair was in a mess. The two fell onto the red sandalwood bed. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they breathed heavily. "Get up, little brat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Qin Yao began to struggle again and threatened him. "Come on, pretty lady. If you kick me off the bed now, isn't that equivalent to killing me? My blood will burn until it dries up. Get up." Qin Yao's slender body twisted like a snake as she tried to push Yi Fan away. "If I really leave like this, you'll definitely say I'm worse than a beast." Yi Fan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling her smooth skin. "Get up. I'm not getting up. Get up. I'm not getting up." In the battle of words and bodies, the two's clothes were slowly reduced. Piece by piece, they fluttered in the air and fell to the ground. Panting sounds could be heard. Yi Fan helplessly realized that Qin Yao was on top of him and had pinned him down. "I say, pretty lady Qin, you seem to be flipping." He gently turned around and took the initiative, pressing Qin Yao under him. Chapter 276. There were no stars or moon outside the window, only the gurgling of a clear spring and the occasional chirping of birds. Inside the room, candlelight flickered as a different kind of battle was taking place. "Let go. Why did you bite me?" Yi Fan shouted. A row of teeth marks appeared on his arm, almost causing him to fall off the bed from the pain. Qin Yao's hair was disheveled. Her sparkling teeth shone brightly as she said, "I was biting you." At this moment, the candlelight flickered as the two exchanged blows on the red sandalwood bed. Grappling techniques and reverse grappling techniques were used repeatedly. Their palms and fingers collided, creating loud banging sounds. However, their states were too enchanting. The two were completely naked, their postures bewitching. Their bodies were glowing as they fought at close range. There were many deep teeth marks on Yi Fan's arm, forming a row. He retreated slightly to put some distance between himself and Qin Yao. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes were misty. Her body was sparkling as if it was carved out of warm jade. Her snow-white, curvaceous body flickered with an alluring luster, resembling a snake bell. At this moment, her hair danced in the wind as she attacked unceasingly. Yi Fan was forced to face her attacks head-on. This was not a life-and-death battle, but they couldn't afford to be distracted. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to the other side taking them down. This was a half-real, half-fake battle. It could turn into a real battle, or it could end here. However, this scene was a bit too erotic. After all, they were on the bed and the two were facing each other. This was especially true for Qin Yao. Her soft and fragrant body caused one's heart to sway. Her devilish figure was sparkling and dazzling. Qin Yao's smooth arms were like fine jade, white and delicate. She moved gracefully, constantly brushing at Yi Fan's vitals. Afterimages were left in the air above the red sandalwood bed. They were like white lightning or dancing fairies under the moonlight. Although they were fighting, there was a certain beauty to it. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to be restrained. His palms and fingers were like iron swords, blocking horizontally and vertically like two spinning windmills. The two exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Qin Yao flipped her hair, revealing her snow-white neck. Her beautiful black hair rolled like a waterfall. Yi Fan couldn't dodge and was immediately entangled. "Beauty Qin, don't force me." Yi Fan struggled, but he felt that the entanglement was getting tighter and tighter. He stopped resisting and moved forward instead. There was limited space on the bed, so there was naturally no way to dodge. Thus, Yi Fan and Qin Yao were right in front of Qin Yao. This time, he opened his mouth and bit down. That translucent pink ear appeared beside his lips. He bit down on it neither lightly nor heavily, not letting go no matter what, letting the hair wrap around his body. "You. Let go." Qin Yao waved her hands, trying to cut off Yi Fan's meridians, wanting to make him lose the ability to move. Yi Fan's spirit sense was rather sharp, so it was naturally impossible for her to hit him. Although he did not raise his head, his hands moved quickly and nimbly like the wind, colliding with her hands continuously. Qin Yao's black hair danced in the wind, and her jade-like body swayed like a snake. Her skin shimmered with light. Her attacks were very forceful. If it were not for the sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan might not have been able to withstand them. Bang! Yi Fan used the battle saint technique. Although it was not a fatal move, it was still very complicated to use small tricks to display this secret. After more than 100 exchanges, Yi Fan managed to lock down her jade-like hands, making it hard for her to loosen her grip and make it impossible for her to attack again. "Aya!" Yi Fan let out a muffled groan as his shoulder was bitten again. As soon as he made a sound, he naturally loosened his mouth and that sparkling ear quickly moved away. "Don't tell me you want to bite off a piece of my flesh?" Yi Fan snorted. Qin Yao didn't reply. Her jade-like teeth gleamed as she bit down hard on his shoulder, refusing to let go. At the same time, she struggled with her hands, wanting to counterattack. Bang! Ignoring the bite on his shoulder, Yi Fan exerted force with both hands, wanting to turn Qin Yao around and suppress her. Swoosh! Light flashed, and Qin Yao's soft body was like a slippery water snake. She broke free and slid agilely to the side. This was a secret art of the Yao race. Bang! She counterattacked, her hands grabbing onto Yi Fan's wrists in an attempt to counterattack. Her 10 transparent fingers spat out rays of light that wrapped around his wrists. The rays of light were like threads, each extremely dense. They wove together and formed a light net that bound Yi Fan's arms. At this time, Yi Fan's body flashed with light. He shook slightly. Although he didn't shatter the rays of light, he forced Qin Yao to loosen her grip. Her red lips and white teeth left a bite mark on his shoulder. Yi Fan's physique was special. He channeled his Shen power and immediately freed his arms. He moved forward to fight Qin Yao. Bang, bang, Qin Yao's jade-like hands danced like butterflies. They made contact with Yi Fan's palms and fingers and gave off muffled sounds. At first, the two were using all kinds of secret arts to fight in this narrow space. However, the space on the red sandalwood bed was limited. Soon, they were stuck together, their bodies entangled. This fight had completely changed its flavor. Qin Yao's body was pink as if the clouds were covering her body. Now, this fight had changed to another method. Qin Yao's hair was disheveled. Her slender body seemed to be carved out of pink crystals. She moved like a willow tree. "You took advantage of me today." Qin Yao gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand moved and attacked Yi Fan on top of her. Yi Fan countered with a hand. The relationship between the two was very strange. They were fighting in this intimate state. They didn't look like a couple in passion. Bang! Their palms and fingers collided. Their bodies shook violently. However, everything continued. "You really are a beast." Qin Yao gritted her teeth and cursed. "It's better than being worse than a beast." Yi Fan used his powerful palm to block Qin Yao's jade-like fingers that were aimed at his chest. Qin Yao's hair danced in the wind. Her whole body was pink. She was a bit angry and attacked again. "Please, Beauty Qin, what do we look like right now?" What kind of situation are we in? Yet you keep ruining the atmosphere and fighting with me. The two fought from beginning to end. It was unknown how much time had passed before the room finally quieted down. Beast. Qin Yao clenched her teeth tightly. At least I didn't get scolded for being worse than a beast. Yi Fan's eyes were clear as he looked at that soft body. The latter half of the night was especially quiet. Only the sound of the spring in the pine forest could be heard, giving people a tranquil and peaceful feeling. Swoosh. Without a sound, a figure appeared in the room. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her beautiful face. Her face was like jade. Her white clothes danced in the wind, outlining her beautiful body. Her black hair hung down to her waist. Her perfect face was flawless. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately felt that something was wrong. When she swept her gaze over the large bed, her face flushed red. You guys, Qin Yao lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to show her face. She was sent to watch over Yi Fan, but she didn't expect things to develop to this point. Yi Fan was also a bit embarrassed at first, but he quickly calmed down and replied calmly, we were talking about our dreams. Qin Yao had the urge to bite him. She snatched the blanket from Yi Fan and covered her body. She said hatefully, I'm not done with you. Yen Ruyu hurriedly closed her eyes and turned around. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. With a flash of light, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan hurriedly covered his strong body with his clothes and said, all right, I also hope it's not over. You took advantage of me and still dare to say such words. Qin Yao attacked again. Peng, peng, the battle between the two started again. This time, it was much fiercer. In the end, Qin Yao couldn't take it anymore. She got off the bed, packed her clothes, and turned to leave. Tomorrow, the princess will kill you. I didn't go to the Immortal Hall, so she has no reason to attack. As for us, she already saw it, but she didn't say anything. I also explained that we were talking about our dreams. You are too much of a scoundrel. Qin Yao turned around angrily. Her lotus arm lightly moved, releasing sparkling light, striking towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan passively defended. In the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, almost no one could suppress him in close combat. In the end, Qin Yao didn't walk out of her room that night. Only when the sky was bright did a violent sound come from the palace in the pine forest. Beast! Qin Yao turned around and left. She smashed the entire palace with a palm, and Yi Fan was buried inside. In the distance, the Black Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He cried out in pain and crawled out from the pile of rubble. He raised his bald tail and jumped up high, cursing. Damn it, who did this emperor offend? Even when I was sleeping, I was smashed black and blue, buried alive by the collapsed palace. The dog's face was long, and his face was black. He looked around for someone. After a long time, Yi Fan coughed and walked out of the ruins filled with smoke and dust. Damn it! Brat, what kind of atrocious thing have you done to make this empress suffer? The big black dog looked at Qin Yao, who was about to disappear into the horizon, and then stared at Yi Fan with an unfriendly expression. Last night, he was drunk, so he didn't know what had happened. Of course it was an earthquake. Didn't you see that I was buried alive? Yi Fan said as he came to the stream to wash his body. Nonsense. Your family's earthquake only shakes this mountain. Aren't the palaces on the other mountains all fine? The big black dog said with a dark face. You're right. This is the earthquake unique to my family. Tu Fei didn't return to the mountain until the sun was high up in the sky. Seeing the collapsed palaces in the pine forest, he was dumbfounded. What happened? Did you fight with someone here? I was fighting with someone and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yi Fan. Tu Fei wore an odd countenance as he looked behind Yi Fan. Is he here to exchange pointers with Fairy Qin? I was fighting with her and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yi Fan absent-mindedly. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Yao's voice arose. She was wearing white clothes. Descending from the sky, her dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her mesmerizing curves. Her devilish body was slender and graceful. I didn't say anything. Yi Fan hurried to explain. Tu Fei showed his big mouth again. Why didn't you say anything? Didn't you just say that you fought with Fairy Qin Yao here for a whole night? Damn it. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to punch him. You guys continue your fight. I won't disturb you. Tu Fei kicked the big black dog, turned around, and ran away. Damn it. Woof. The big black dog chased him angrily. Qin Yao's voluptuous and alluring figure trembled in anger. Then, she swayed her body and walked over. She said flirtatiously, "Did you really say that?" Chapter 277. Qin Yao's figure could be said to be soul-stirring. Her beautiful body was curvaceous in all the right places, as if she was a beauty that was meticulously sculpted by the heavens. She walked over gracefully, like a gentle willow swaying in the wind. Her smile was enchanting. Her hair was black and shiny. Her skin was as white as jade, smooth and tender. Her eyes were mesmerizing. Her red lips were so sexy that she could enchant all living things. However, Yi Fan felt something was wrong. He felt a murderous aura. He hurried to explain, "Don't listen to him. He's a big mouth." Tu Fei was chased by the black dog. He had run far away, but he still tried to explain. "You said it yourself." Yi Fan was enraged. "Tu Fei, you deserve a beating. You deserve to be chased and bitten by a dog." "Why do I deserve a beating?" "I'm telling the truth," Tu Fei refuted. "Damn it. Kid, you're insulting me. What do you mean chased and bitten by a dog?" The black dog was enraged. "I have nothing to say to you." Yi Fan turned around angrily, talking to Qin Yao embarrassedly. "He's an unreliable man. He talks big. You can just ignore him." Qin Yao's gauze dress trailed on the ground, which couldn't cover her sexy body. She walked to him and put her hand on his shoulder. Her red lips parted. "What do you mean by exchanging pointers?" Her voice was soft. Her pink face looked like it was about to drip water. Her eyes were mesmerizing. However, people could feel a storm brewing under the calm surface. "No. That man is just groundless. He's just talking nonsense." "Why would he talk nonsense for no reason?" Qin Yao gritted her teeth. She put more strength into her jade-like arms and grabbed his shoulder. Far from them, Tu Fei had leaped up into the sky. The large black dog stepped onto the jade boat and chased after them relentlessly. Thump. Suddenly, one person and one dog stopped. They heard a loud sound coming from behind them. That mountain peak trembled. Yi Fan rushed into the sky, quickly fleeing. Qin Yao's black hair fluttered about, her white clothes fluttering about as she chased after him relentlessly. "Little Yi, what happened? Why did you run away?" asked Tu Fei. "It's all because of you." Yi Fan wanted to give him a slap, but he resisted the urge and said, "Hurry up and leave this small world." As he finished speaking, he transformed into a wisp of shadow, moving as fast as lightning towards the exit of this small world. Behind him, Qin Yao's beautiful eyes were like lightning, somewhat sharp, following him like a shadow. "Wait a minute. Don't run that fast," Tu Fei screamed. "This brat must have stirred up some serious trouble. I've never seen him flee in such a sorry state before," the large black dog concluded. Crazy Ole's footwork was marvelous, as fast as a bird. Yi Fan exerted it to the maximum and soon reached the exit of the small world. Unfortunately, those demons did not let him pass. They blocked him like he was a thief. Although they did not attack him, they did not let him leave. "Sister Qin Yao, what happened?" Not far away, a golden figure rushed over. The monster race girl, Jin Yan, fluttered like a butterfly. She wore a golden feather robe as she approached. "It's nothing," Qin Yao replied calmly. Clearly, she didn't want to blow up the matter. "What did you do?" The monster girl was hostile to Yifan. Of course, Yifan didn't want to be entangled with her. Nothing. I've been a guest here for a long time. I want to leave. Fairy Qin is here to see me off. You really want to leave? Jin Yen wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Hearing him, she immediately said to the people not far from them, "Let him pass. We don't keep idlers here." Qin Yao's face was calm. "No, he can't leave yet." "Why?" Jin Yen didn't understand. "I know why." The big-mouthed Tu Fei arrived. Fairy Qin was fighting with Little Yi. They destroyed the entire palace. She suffered some losses. She wants to find him to settle the debt. Can you not talk? No one thinks you're mute. Yifan wanted to strangle him. At this moment, Qin Yao's black hair danced in the wind. Her face was blushing, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. She had the urge to kill someone. She gritted her teeth as she couldn't stay calm anymore. Jin Yen didn't believe him at all. She scolded Tu Fei, "What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Qin Yao has 1 foot in the 4 ultimate secret realms. How could she not defeat him? I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. That palace is now in ruins. That dog was buried alive. He almost suffocated to death," Tu Fei answered. "Woof." The big black dog pounced on him. "How could it be? Sister Qin Yao, is this true? How could you defeat someone at the second sky of the Palace of the Doctrine?" Jin Yen was confused. She looked incredulous. Of course. They fought for a whole night, and the sacred body of the ancients won in the end. Tu Fei obviously felt something was wrong, so he joined in. "Sister Qin Yao, you should fight with him again." "I don't believe you can't defeat him," Jin Yen said. "Little Yifan, a man should be generous. You should have tender feelings for the fairer sex." "It's just a loss," Tu Fei expressed his support. Yifan was speechless. Qin Yao's face blushed. She couldn't help but freak out. Her jade-like fingers turned white. "How about we just let it go? Goddess Qin, you're a generous man. It's just a loss. Next time, you can fight with little Yifan again. It's time for us to leave." Tu Fei wanted to be the peacemaker. "No, you can't leave now." Qin Yao shouted. "Yeah, we can't leave. Let's fight again." Jin Yen really wanted to see Yifan defeated. Yifan said in a low voice, "Goddess Qin, let's fight next time. I really have to leave. Next time we fight, you can die." Qin Yao finally couldn't stand it anymore. When the word fight was mentioned, she couldn't help but think of the charming night. She waved her hand and released a 5-colored light curtain, covering Yifan. "What's going on?" Tu Fei shouted. "If you didn't talk nonsense, how could this happen?" Yifan pushed Tu Fei away and soared into the sky. Qin Yao was a 5th-level Dao Palace cultivator. She was strong and had amazing skills. Yifan was only at the 2nd-level Dao Palace. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't be able to stop her. There was no suspense. However, he couldn't fight to the death with Qin Yao. He had to fly away. "Stop. Don't go." Jin Yen shouted. Qin Yao didn't say anything. She chased after him. Her long dress fluttered, making her look like a fairy. "Goddess Qin, tell the others to leave. We need to find a place to fight." Yifan wanted to explain to her alone. However, his words had a different meaning in Qin Yao's ears. She gritted her teeth and said, "You little thief, you got the advantage and you're still pretending to be innocent. Today, I will skin you alive. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything." "That blabbermouth made a wild guess," replied Yifan. He didn't want the other to misunderstand him more. Jin Yan's feather robe was glowing with multicolored light. She revealed a suspicious expression and asked, "Sister Qin Yao, Could it be that there are other secrets? No. Qin Yao flew like a fairy butterfly. Her posture was graceful as she chased after him. Little Yi, why don't you go and fight with goddess Qin Yao? Let her vent her anger. Then, we can go, said Tu Fei. Can you shut your mouth? Yi Fan couldn't help but curse him. I at hashtag YenDSR%. Little Yi Fan, I'm doing this for your own good. Qin Yao was so angry that her soft body shivered. She sped up. If she couldn't catch up with Yi Fan, she would vent her anger on Tu Fei. However, Yi Fan disappeared into the depths of the small world with his absolute speed. He had gotten rid of the people chasing him. Half a day later, the big black dog found him with his nose. He brought Tu Fei with him. Big mouth too, I want to beat you up. Yi Fan didn't look friendly. I don't like him either. I'd better bury him alive. The big black dog bared his teeth. Don't be so angry. What did you do to offend God? Asked Tu Fei. Nothing happened. It's all because of your nonsense, said Yi Fan through his gritted teeth. What's wrong with what I said? Tu Fei pondered for a while and then screamed strangely. Is it because of the darkness? You. Gosh, you're a beast. Two people and a dog moved stealthily. They wanted to sneak out. However, the entrance of the small world was heavily guarded. They didn't dare to force their way in. They don't want to attack us. I think you should go to Qin Yao's place and let her vent her anger, suggested Tu Fei. This small world was picturesque. The mountains rose and fell like dragons. The lakes were decorated with pearls. The grass was fresh and the spiritual qi was thick. Yi Fan's team landed on a mountain. This was the place where Jin Yan, the monster clan girl, cultivated. They wanted to leave this small world through her. It's you. How dare you come to my place? Jin Yan sneered. Little girl, don't be so angry. Didn't you want me to leave soon? The chance is right in front of you. Take me out. Jin Yan sneered, mocking him. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Now that you've failed, you want to leave with your tail between your legs? Yi Fan didn't want to argue with her. If you don't want me to stay here, take me out. I've changed my mind. Sister Qin Yao wants to deal with you. I think we should capture you and take you to her place. Some gold lights shot up to the sky, flying to the mountain in the distance. She sent her message. Shortly after, 3 flows of monster aura shot up from the beautiful mountain in the distance. Bai Feng held a feather fan and silk scarf. His clothes were white as snow. He looked very refined and otherworldly. Jin Yu wore a golden robe. He shone brilliantly, and his aura was oppressive. His eyes flashed like lightning. Ku Zhu wore a green robe. He exuded a natural aura, looking fresh and elegant. Brother Bai Feng, Brother Jin Yu, Brother Ku Zhu, capture this primordial trash. He has offended Sister Qin Yao. Jin Yan said, if you capture him and send him over, Sister Qin Yao will be very happy. These 3 were geniuses at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. They could enter the 4 Extremes secret realm at any time. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't make a move. But Yi Fan was different. He had the source root of all life. Although they didn't show anything, they had been eyeing him covetously. Now that they had such an excuse to make a move, they naturally wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, they were indeed interested in Qin Yao. It could be said that they were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Little brother Yi, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, we'll hurt our friendship. Brother Yi, don't worry. We will be careful. We won't harm your life. The 3 of them didn't reveal their murderous intent, but if they really made a move, it would be a different scene. If Yi Fan was hit, his soul would be destroyed. Tu Fei and the big black dog wanted to help, but Yi Fan turned and left. This was the territory of the demon race. If they really fought, they would be at a great disadvantage. I'll go find Xingyi. Tu Fei said. No need. I'll go find Qi Miao. Yi Fan shook his head. He flew directly to Qi Miao's cultivation area. Behind him, Jin Yan, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu chased after him. Their murderous intent filled the air. This was a beautiful place. Exotic flowers and grasses were everywhere. Bees and butterflies danced. Stone-arched bridges lay across the ground, and trickles of water curled around. It was already evening. The great fire pearl was sinking in the west. The sunset dyed the mountain peak red, making this place even more beautiful. Qi Miao was startled. She flew out like a goddess with her impressive figure. Looking at Yi Fan, she said, "You dare to come to my place, that's right. I want to talk to you." Yi Fan walked directly into the palace. At this time, Jin Yan and the others landed and also arrived. "You guys should go back. It's not a big deal. I can handle it myself." Qi Miao glanced at them. Then, okay. Bai Feng nodded. Ku Zhu and Jin Yu didn't say anything else. Only Jin Yan was unwilling, but she couldn't force her way in, so she left discontentedly. "They won't fight, will they?" Tu Fei said to himself. "It's okay. That brat's skin is thick. He can't be killed." The big black dog didn't care. Not long after, the sounds of fighting came from the palace. It lasted for a long time before it stopped. However, Tu Fei waited outside, but he didn't see Yi Fan come out. He was a bit anxious. Did they really fight to the death? At this time, Yi Fan said, "You guys go back first. I will find you later." "Okay. We will wait for you at the exit of the small world." Tu Fei and the big black dog flew away. However, they waited for a long time, but Yi Fan still didn't show up. Damn it. Why hasn't that brat come back yet? The Black Emperor was very discontented. The sky was completely dark. They obviously couldn't leave today. That beast. Tu Fei cursed. They waited for a whole night, but Yi Fan didn't show up. On the second day, the sky was bright, and the fire bead rose from the east. Did something happen to that brat? This is the demon clan's territory. He has the source root of all beings. Many people want to kill him, the Black Emperor said. Let's go and see. Tu Fei also felt that something was wrong. When they arrived at Qi Miao's residence, they heard a big explosion. The palace collapsed. The unlucky dog was buried alive as soon as he got in. Damn it. I'm not drunk today. It's not an earthquake. The big black dog cursed, struggling to get out of the rubble. Tu Fei was also covered in dirt. He cursed and crawled out of the rubble. At this moment, the big fireball was rising. Yi Fan stood in the sunlight, which had a brilliant halo on him. He said, "Let's go. We should leave quickly." This time, they left the small world smoothly. Even after they had gone a long distance, Tu Fei was still cursing, "You beast, your thoughts are filthy. There's no such thing. It's just your imagination," Yi Fan retorted. "You beast. Don't go to the Jade Lake with me. I'm afraid you'll cause trouble, big mouth too, don't slander me." Yi Fan scolded him. Chapter 278. Cloud Lake Prefecture was just like its name. There was a spring every 100 steps and a river every 10 miles. Big swamps were everywhere with thick mist. Yi Fan and the others left the small ancient world and came to the outside world. They once again experienced the water of this oasis. Someone is following us. The Black Emperor's spiritual consciousness was sharp. He could feel someone following them. All of a sudden, the clouds in the sky scattered. Monster chi surged torrentially as if a giant monster was chasing after them. Woo woo. The bugle horn sounded long and deep, crossing the sky and reaching them. A purple figure that was like a purple cloud quickly rushed over. It was extremely heavy and enormous, about the size of a small mountain. After it pierced through the clouds, they could see a massive battleship with a purple metallic halo. It looked heavy and sturdy. "It's the purple copper battleship of the monster clan." Tu-Fei darkened his face. He felt that something was wrong. This was the battleship that the monster clan used to kill the enemy. Three of them. Tu-Fei was startled one more time. There were 3 purple copper battleships. They scattered the clouds and turned into 3 beams of purple light. They dashed forward rapidly with a heavy pressure. "What level does the warrior need to control these battleships?" asked Yifan. Apparently, they were coming for them. "It's hard to say. All the members of the monster clan with a strong background can have them," answered Tu-Fei. "We don't need to guess. Turns out it's them." Yifan looked at the horizon. A man in white clothes stood on the first purple copper battleship. He looked otherworldly. He was the young expert of the monster clan, Bai Feng. He brought a lot of helpers. There were many members of the monster clan on the battleship. Apparently, they weren't weak warriors. Monster chi shot up into the sky. There were around 70 or 80 of them. Woo-woo. The second bronze battleship dashed forward. The figure standing on the bow of the ship appeared in their sight. His gold robe fluttered. It was Jin Yu. He also brought a lot of helpers. Woo-woo. Ku Zhu's green robe fluttered as he stood still on the third purple copper battleship. A large number of hotshots stood behind him. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu, the 3 geniuses from the small world of the monster clan, were chasing after them. Apparently, their target was Yifan. "What do you mean?" Tu-Fei shouted. His grandfather was the 7th great bandit. His identity wasn't ordinary, so he wasn't afraid of the monster clan. "We have no ill intentions towards young Master Tuesday. We just have something to say to little brother Yi," Bai Feng transmitted her voice. Yifan calmly asked, "What do you want to say?" "When you left, our demon clan lost a secret treasure. That's why we want to capture you and bring you back," Bai Feng replied. "So, am I also a suspect?" asked Tu-Fei. "It has nothing to do with young Master Tuesday. We only sense the aura of a secret treasure on his body." Jin Yu stood at the bow of the ship, his Taoist robe sparkling. "What a joke. What secret treasures did you lose?" "You're just trying to get your hands on the myriad chi on me," said Yifan with a sneer. Ku Zhu, wearing a green robe, said calmly, "You have the aura of our monster clan's secret treasure. We will give you justice. We will take you back to Old Su to deal with you." Yifan's heart clenched as he thought of those old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans. He quickly said, "You can't even tell me what kind of artifact it is, yet you still have the face to slander me? You have the great overarching star disk. We must take you back today," shouted Bai Feng. "You're too presumptuous in our monster clan's pure land. You destroyed the palace that Princess Yen had given you. You smashed Fairy Qin Yao's cave mansion. Before you left, you stole a secret treasure. We have to capture you," said Jin Yu coldly. "It's no use talking. Attack. Capture him," shouted Ku Zhu. Beams of colorful light shot out from the 3 warships, interweaving into an inescapable net that enveloped Yifan. "You want to kill him and steal his treasure. You want to take the source chi of all things, but you still say it in such a dignified way. Don't you 3 feel ashamed?" Tu-Fei shouted. A huge net made of interweaving spiritual energy descended. Yifan turned into a phantom and passed through it by a hair's breadth. He wasn't restricted at all. "Let's just take these 3 battleships." The Black Emperor had many big flags with profound patterns carved on them. They had trapped the old monsters in the immortal palace. "Let's go quickly." Yifan transmitted his voice and said, "It's very likely that those old monsters who are at the end of their lifespans are instructing them to attack." He could tell from Ku Zhu's words that he wanted to take him back to Old Su to deal with him. This wasn't a good sign. Whoosh! The large black dog didn't have any sense of loyalty. He took the jade boat and ran away. He didn't even look back. He was afraid that there were old monsters on the battleship. Too big mouth, you should go too. What about you? They can't catch up to me, Yi Fan said and ran in another direction. Tu Fei didn't dare to stay. He used all his strength to run and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although his grandfather was the seventh great rebel, it wasn't enough to scare the entire North region. If an old monster appeared and killed him here, it would be too late. Obviously, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu didn't want to fight with Tu Fei. They didn't want to chase after the large black dog either. They all ran in one direction and locked onto Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you can't escape. Even if your footwork is amazing and can be compared to the Sky Rock, you can't get rid of the purple copper battleship. Bai Feng's murderous intent was endless. She didn't hide it anymore. Jin Yu and Ku Zhu also ordered people to drive the battleship. They chased after him. The three huge ships broke through the clouds and followed Yi Fan closely. Yi Fan's speed was unparalleled in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, but he couldn't get rid of the purple copper battleship. The distance between them couldn't be widened. You've really mobilized so many people just to kill me and take my treasure, Yi Fan mocked. Remember, we didn't come for your source chi. You stole our treasure first, so we had no choice but to capture you, Bai Feng replied. Why are you so fake? There are no outsiders here. Aren't you tired of wearing masks and talking? Yi Fan scoffed. Jin Yu said coldly, if that's how you interpret it, we won't say anything. We're going to capture you today. You three, remember this. If you want to kill me and take my treasure today, I'll pay you back someday, Yi Fan said coldly. What future do you have? You'll be stuck in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace for the rest of your life. Besides, do you think you can escape today? Ku Zhu said calmly. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He took out the cauldron. It grew to a meter tall and hung above his head. Streaks of heaven and earth chi poured down to protect his body. Along the way, he didn't feel the aura of those old monsters. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Things weren't as bad as he thought they would be. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu saw the source chi with their own eyes. They were excited. They had indeed come for the cauldron. You stole our clan's treasure, so you won't be able to escape death. Your cauldron, we'll take care of it for you, Bai Feng said. You're such a hypocrite. You're already in such a situation, and yet you're still speaking so righteously. Yi Fan mocked. In comparison, Jin Yu was much more direct. He revealed his murderous intent and said coldly, I don't want to talk to a dead man. Give me your cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was like a bolt of golden lightning tearing through the sky. It was extremely fast. Whoosh! Yi Fan dodged to the side. The golden light hit the void. He didn't want to take it head on. After all, his opponent was at the fifth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, which was 3 levels higher than him. He began to activate the 9 secrets without batting an eyelid. Of course, he didn't want to fight his opponent. He wanted to increase his speed by 10 times. The little Peking is too arrogant. He wants to fight you at the same level. What a joke, Ku Zhu said calmly. We won't do that. He's just a piece of trash. We'll just kill him. This also means that you will never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the little Peking. You can only shamelessly team up to kill me. As Yi Fan said this, he successfully activated the secret of all of the 9 secrets. His speed increased by 10 times in an instant. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. The 3 purple copper warships were moving side by side. They were very close to each other. If one of them was overturned, the other 2 would probably suffer as well. He rushed back out of curiosity. The leaf fire divine cauldron appeared in his hand. He opened the lid and black flames burned. His speed was already terrifying. Even a flying treasure like the purple copper warship would find it difficult to catch up. Now that his speed was increased by 10 times, he reached a level that shocked the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, Ku Zhu, and the others on the three warships all attacked, wanting to crush him. However, Yi Fan was too fast. He dodged all the attacks and took out the Li Fire Divine Cauldron. Black flames surged down. The people on the warships could retreat, but the three warships could not change their direction immediately. The one in the middle was engulfed by the fire. The flames taken from Fallen Sun Ridge were scorching hot. Even the treasures could not withstand it. So far, only the 9 slashes of the Demon Monarch could destroy it. Boom! The purple copper warship in the middle was smashed. Such a large treasure suffered a destructive attack. The energy that exploded was frightening. Blinding light and tsunami-like waves of energy swept in all directions, engulfing the sky. Bang! Bang! The other 2 warships were severely affected. While they did not explode, the intense energy pierced through their hulls. There were many large holes. The 2 purple copper warships were almost disintegrated. They fell from the sky and could not fly anymore. They were almost destroyed. Yi Fan did not expect such a terrifying result. It was a risky attack, but all 3 purple copper warships were destroyed. Most importantly, the 60 to 70 demon cultivators on the warship in the middle were all smashed to pieces. Only Bai Feng escaped, but she was also heavily injured and coughed up blood. Some of the cultivators on the other 2 warships were also injured. Ku Zhu's arm was broken, and he could no longer keep his cool. Of the 3 cultivators, only Jin Yu was unharmed. He led the remaining 90 or so cultivators to attack Yi Fan. Bai Feng gritted her teeth and shouted, "Surround him. Don't let him escape." Ku Zhu's face was pale. He had just said that he could easily kill the primordial derelict body. He did not expect to lose an arm in the blink of an eye. The destruction of 3 valuable warships caused the demon clan cultivators to be enraged. Roaring, they charged forward to kill. Yi Fan used the myriad source chi to protect himself and quickly broke out. He did not want to stop and fight because the black flames in the Li Fire Divine Cauldron had dried up. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed, "You want to kill me, but you have to sacrifice 3 warships first. You've also broken your bones and tendons." What a joke. The 3 cultivators led so many people in pursuit, but because of one ambush, 3 warships were destroyed. This made their expressions very ugly. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu were silent. They chased after him with ashen faces, but Yi Fan was too fast. Without a warship, they could not catch up. "Yi Fan, do you dare to fight? You have the nerve to say such things. It's like me asking you, do you dare to kill yourself by smashing your head against a hen?" Yi Fan's words were not very polite. The 3 were so angry that they wanted to tear him apart, but unfortunately, they could not catch up. Yi Fan could not stop. It was very dangerous to be in Yun's estate. This place was not very far from the Green Serpent King's small world. If an old demon jumped out, there would be no suspense. He could not delay at all. He had to leave Yun's estate as soon as possible. "Thank you, geniuses. You have sent me 1,000 miles, but we have to part ways eventually. Please go back. Don't forget to bring a few bigger warships next time. I like to see the dazzling brilliance of fireworks." Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu's faces were as gloomy as water, but they could only watch as Yi Fan disappeared. 6 days later, Yi Fan arrived at Lizhou. This state was like its name. The scenery was picturesque. It was very different from the desolate scenery of the other parts of the northern region. Lizhou was not very far from the holy city of the northern region. If he flew at top speed, he could reach it in about half a month. This oasis had a circumference of 5,000 to 6,000 miles. The city in the center was called Licheng. It was very beautiful and was rather famous in the northern region. There were many gardens in the city, and it was very beautiful. Not long after Yi Fan entered Licheng, his heart skipped a beat. This was because he saw a familiar figure, Ji Ziyue. Chapter 279. In Li City, Both sides of the street were filled with blue god trees. Their branches were luxuriant and their leaves were sky blue. It was a very dreamy color. Even the tree trunk was shining like a blue crystal. In front, there was a young girl in purple clothes on the ancient street. She was only 17 or 18 years old. Her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were full of spirit. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy under the night sky. Ji Ziyue. Yi Fan stood in the distance and did not go over. Because he also saw Ji Haoyue, the famous Eastern Wasteland divine physique and one of the strongest of the young generation. The enmity between him and the Ji family was too deep. He had burned their grand elder to death in the southern domain. Not long ago, he had killed 4 young disciples of the Ji family in the Chu province. This had a great impact on the Ji family. If Ji Haoyue found him, he would definitely attack him mercilessly. Look at him walking like a dragon and full of vigor. The hidden injury from being chased by the eldest disciple of the Peacock King should be completely healed. Yi Fan cultivated the heaven and earth transformation law and could change his appearance and temperament. However, he was still afraid. The connection between the divine and saint physiques was very strong. Back at the Taishan sect, they had involuntarily fought against each other. What are they doing in Li City? He knew that the two of them had come to the northern region to participate in the Jade Lake meeting. However, he did not know why they stopped at Li City. At this moment, Yi Fan had already changed his appearance. He wore a Daoist robe and became a little Daoist again. Of course, his face was different from the previous Daoist. Now, my cultivation has greatly improved and I am many times stronger than before. I should be able to control my body better. Maybe there will be no reaction between me and the divine body. Yi Fan wanted to give it a try. Because he was going to participate in the Jade Lake meeting, he could not avoid meeting Ji Haoyue. He might even see the divine body of the Jiang clan. If there was a reaction between them, the consequences would be very bad. Yi Fan restrained his aura and suppressed his cultivation, making himself look like an ordinary person. He then walked forward along the ancient street. As he got closer and closer, he used the heaven and earth transformation law recorded in the heavenly book of origin to suppress his true origin. Finally, he gradually approached Ji Haoyue. His body did not have any special reaction, and the other did not notice anything either. The streets were bustling with activity. Yi Fan lightly brushed past them and didn't stop. He calmly left into the distance. He felt that Ji Haoyue had become even more terrifying. His divine body was unfathomable, like a hidden god that could explode with earth-shattering battle strength at any time. As for Ji Ziyue, she became even more beautiful. When she smiled, her dimples appeared and her canine teeth sparkled, making her look mischievous and clever. "Ziyu, what are you looking at?" Ji Haoyue asked. His eyes were filled with doting love. He really doted on his little sister. The little Daoist just now is a little special. Ji Ziyue was of Daoist, of God, he Daoist, Ji, and Dao, and Daoist. Dao, in, of in. God Chen God. In. Of Dao God of old. Suddenly, Yi Fan Yi in. Of, Yi Fan, of. And he, of dragon of. All of a sudden, Yi Fan was startled. He saw someone he knew, Wu Zhongtian. He was tall, with a leopard head and round eyes. His face was covered with a full beard, and his figure was like a lion. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He was the grandson of the fifth bandit, Wu Dao. He was the sworn brother of Tu Fei, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Lu Ko. Why is he here? Did something big happen in Li City? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Zhongtian was a top young expert. Tu Fei and the others couldn't defeat the Yaoguang Saint's son, so they wanted to ask him to help them. Although he said that he wasn't the Yaoguang Saint's son's opponent, he was still strong. Swoosh! Wu Zhongtian flashed and disappeared. On the other side of the street, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Yao Shi. She was like a blossoming divine lotus. She swayed and walked towards them. Her figure was slender and enchanting. She was like a peerless enchantress. Her charm was moving, and her aura was holy. Her skin was crystalline, and she had an otherworldly charm that could not be profaned. She was extremely beautiful. No, something must have happened. Otherwise, why would they appear in the same city? Yi Fan avoided her. Then, he stopped the passers-by and asked them if something big had happened. Everyone shook their heads, not knowing what had happened. At this time, it was almost noon. He found a place to eat, filling his stomach as he listened to the conversations of the people. Unfortunately, he learned nothing. This place seemed very peaceful. Nothing special had happened. Finally, Yi Fan ate and drank to his heart's content. He wandered around the city and discovered that the Holy Land and the clan of the remote antiquity had opened stone gambling houses in this ancient city. I might as well go to the stone gambling houses and try my luck. Maybe I can get some news. Now, he only had 2,500 kilograms of source with him. If he wanted to break into the third sky of the Tao Palace, he would need 10,000 kilograms. Source was what he needed the most. He had been studying the original heavenly book. Once he had a good grasp of it, he would enter the holy city of the northern region. Cultivation is a huge problem. Every time he thought of the massive amount of source he needed, he felt a headache coming on. He had obtained a divine technique that allowed him to cultivate a single mystic realm from the remains of an ancient sage. He had been trying it out these days, but his cultivation speed was far too slow. Originally, he wasn't that eager to pursue source, but after seeing this result, he had no choice but to reconsider. Perhaps he needed to work on both fronts. He had to cultivate a single mystic realm, but he also had to fight for source. If he could break into the 4 extreme mystic realms, perhaps there would be a better choice. A single mystic realm isn't easy to cultivate and the effects are slow. But, I am in urgent need of strength. It looks like I need to find a way to gather source and enter the third sky of the Tao Palace first. Yi Fan looked around and finally entered the wondrous stone shop that the Wavering Light Holy Land had opened. This was a garden that occupied an extremely large area. It was filled with divine blue trees, ancient vines, and lush flowers. The scenery was beautiful and the piles of stones became a part of the garden. It didn't seem monotonous at all. It didn't look like a place for cutting stones, but more like a garden. Yi Fan decided to keep a low profile. He didn't want to gamble with others here, so he directly bought the stones and then took them back to cut himself to avoid trouble. The wondrous stone shop of the Wavering Light Holy Land was truly large. There were 18 courtyards and the garden style made for a pleasant scenery. Many people were gambling on stones here, but after they were dispersed to the various courtyards, it didn't seem crowded anymore. On the contrary, it made this place very tranquil. Strolling through the beautiful scenery was a form of enjoyment. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. After entering, he circled around and discovered that there were indeed no commoners here. Those who dared to enter the Holy Land Stone Gambling Hall all had a certain level of status. It didn't take long before he met some so-called elders, sons of the faction master, and so on. The Holy City was an extremely attractive place. The Central Plains royal family and the Northern Plains mighty figures often appeared there, so it was only natural that the stone gambling halls below would attract the surrounding cultivators. Yi Fan remained silent as he moved his hands again and again. In the blink of an eye, he had entered 7 courtyards. He spent 250 genes of source and collected the hill-like stones into a pristine jade bottle. Buying the stones like this without cutting them on the spot naturally attracted some people's attention. Some people even treated him as a fat sheep and came over to request to gamble on stones. Sure, no problem. However, I don't bet on small stones. If I want to bet, it must be at least 500 genes. Yi Fan replied. 500 genes of source was the entire wealth of the lowest small sects. Even though there were many people from medium-sized sects here, they didn't dare to bet 500 genes at once. If they bet like this, the final outcome might be decided by 10,000 genes. After all, this wasn't the holy city and there was almost no such extravagance. Without being disturbed, Yi Fan continued to choose materials. He bought another 2,000 genes of stone and collected them into the pristine jade bottle. He then entered the 13th floor courtyard. This floor was covered in vines and many stones were buried underneath. It was very quiet and there weren't many people choosing materials. Yi Fan chose dozens of stones and then his eyes lit up. He saw a stone that was as black as ink. It was full of bumps and hollows as if it had been eaten by worms. It was very similar to black jade and could sometimes produce extremely precious strange sources. He quickly walked over, but at this moment, another figure appeared and swept it away with divine light with a wave of his hand. Why did you steal my stones? Yi Fan was somewhat angry. This person was in his 30s and looked very fat. His face was rosy and he wore a Taoist robe with a beaming smile on his face. After seeing this person's appearance clearly, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. It was the wicked Taoist Duanda. He was quite astonished. He had never thought that he would meet him here. He was even more certain that something must have happened here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that so many people had rushed here. This was especially the case for that damned fatty. He was extremely mysterious. Wherever he appeared, there would definitely be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to appear here. Damned fatty, don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Why did you steal my stones? Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Thinking of the past, he really wanted to imprint his shoe print on this damned fatty's face. I was the one who took it first. Duanda replied with a smile, looking harmless. Although Yi Fan wanted to kick him a few times, he could only endure. This fatty was too extraordinary. He had once dug up the ancestral grave of the fifth bandit Wu Dao in the northern region and was still alive and kicking. Then, he crossed the void to the southern region and was thrown into the demon emperor's tomb by a few important figures. In the end, he entered and came out 9 times and still didn't die. Now, he crossed the void and returned to the northern region. Looking at his appearance, he was glossy and very well nourished. Clearly, he was living very comfortably. Little brother, didn't you say that you wouldn't bet unless it was 1,000 kilograms of source? How about I bet with you? Duanda said with a smile. Yi Fan got angry just looking at him. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like he deserved a beating. Okay, I'll bet with you. He couldn't have asked for more. He really wanted to win all of this fatty's underwear. I don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, but... Duanda said. But what? If you don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, what are you betting with me for? If I lose, I'll sell you a piece of information worth 5,000 kilograms of source. Duanda said and recited his Taoist name, looking like an enlightened expert. Damned fatty, I've never seen someone as greedy as you. If you lose, you still want to ask for 10,000 kilograms of source from me. Bullsh *T information. You must be lying. Yi Fan wanted to slap him. This heartless Taoist was too wicked. A monk doesn't lie. Duanda said solemnly, those with a keen sense of smell all come to Li City because there are priceless treasures here. What is it? Yi Fan asked unconcernedly. One of the 9 secrets. It's very likely that we can find it here. I know an important clue about it. The heartless Taoist said and smiled, do you want to bet? Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't believe that the damned fatty would give him valuable clues, but it was very possible that there really was one of the 9 secrets here. Otherwise, why would Ji Haoyue, Ji Ziyue, Wu Zhongtian, Ao Shi, and Duanda all appear together? Maybe the others would arrive too. You are. At this moment, Yao Shi appeared. Her grace was unparalleled, like a shining pearl. She walked into the courtyard and stared at the heartless Taoist. You're Taoist Duan. Yao Shi was slightly shocked but quickly regained her composure. This was the wondrous stones workshop of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was normal for her to appear here. Yi Fan wasn't surprised. Boundless celestial being greets the saintess. Sister Yao Shi. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. In another courtyard, Ji Ziyue was like a purple-clothed elf. She walked over with a smile, and beside her was Ji Haoyue, who had the physique of a god. Chapter 280. Ji Ziyue floated over like a purple cloud. Her hair reached her waist, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her smile was very cute, and her eyes were almost curved into crescent moons. Her dimples appeared, and she had a hint of mischievousness and slyness. Ji Haoyue was just like his name. He was like a divine moon, and there was a faint radiance overflowing from his body. The divine king physique in his life had a special aura that made people feel like they were facing a god. Sister Ziyue. Yao Shi also had a very moving smile. Her slim body was like a piece of divine jade, and there were specks of divine light. She went over and held Ji Ziyue's hand. Sister Yao Shi, long time no see. Ji Ziyue smiled very sweetly. Ji Haoyue also nodded in greeting. I didn't expect Fairy Yao to come to Li City. I just came to take a look. Brother Haoyue, I'm afraid you came here to get it, right? Yao Shi's eyes wandered. As the Alcade Saintess, she was also very flirtatious. She said, your arrival will most likely make many people nervous. Once the divine king physique appears, many experts will have to retreat. Ji Haoyue shook his head. Everything depends on fate. Everyone wants a priceless treasure, but I'm afraid most people will be disappointed. I don't have too much hope either. This is. Ji Ziyue was a little surprised to see Yi Fan again. She always felt that this little Taoist was a little special, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Yao Shi smiled. This is the famous Taoist Duan. I don't know this little Taoist. This humble Taoist is Zhengde. Yi Fan answered. Duanda glanced at him and said, so, we're both from the De generation. Duanda, you can't be that heartless Taoist, right? Ji Ziyue's small mouth formed an O shape, and her long eyelashes trembled. This humble Taoist is Duanda, people call me the righteous Taoist. Duanda recited his Taoist name. He looked solemn, and he looked like an otherworldly expert. Yao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Her pretty face was bright, and she said, no matter what title he has, he must be the person you think he is. All right, so it's you. Ji Ziyue looked at him angrily. Ji Haoyue's expression darkened as well. Taoist Duanda, you've been to Jishui several times and spied on my family's ancestor cemetery. What's the meaning of this? Yi Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. This fat Taoist was truly audacious to the extreme. He even set his sights on Ji family's ancestral grave. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death? Limitless celestial being, Ji family's future godly king, you can't wrong me. Duanda said righteously, Ji water has been flowing for hundreds of thousands of years. Although it's a famous Ji, it doesn't belong to your Ji family. I passed by occasionally but was beaten up by your Ji family. Life is really helpless. We don't object to you passing by Ji Shui, so why do you keep looking at our Ji family's mausoleum? Ji Ziyue asked. This Taoist saw many mausoleums and grand auras, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Thinking back to ancient times, the Void Monarch was immortal and invincible. He wanted to compete with the heavens. This Taoist was filled with respect. Yi Fan's heart shook. The Demon Monarch's mausoleum had left a deep impression on him. Ji family also had a great monarch in the past. Could there be a great monarch's mausoleum as well? The remains of ancient sages could be refined into supreme weapons. When the great monarch was young, he could suppress all opponents of the same realm. Didn't this mean that the remains were even stronger? They were definitely treasures for sacrificial weapons. My elder saw you with his own eyes. You wanted to target our Ji family's deceased godly king's mausoleum. Ji Ziyue stared at the heartless Taoist. No, I just took a few glances out of curiosity. In the end, I was chased by those old men for 3,000 miles. I almost lost my life. I won't look sideways again. Although Ji Ziyue's expression was unfriendly, He didn't plan to have a conflict with him. He didn't want to make a big enemy at this critical moment. He knew that this Daoist wasn't simple. Little Daoist, are you together with the fat Daoist? Ji Ziyue glanced at Yi Fan again. He wants to bet with me. He said that he has information about the 9 secrets. Yi Fan said directly. He didn't believe that the heartless Daoist would give him valuable information. It seems like Daoist Duan knows a very important clue. Yao Shi smiled and asked. Could it be that the tomb robber is Daoist Duan? Ji Ziyue teased. Duanda said confidently, this Daoist's knowledge is limited. However, I do know a thing or two. That's why I bet with Daoist Chengda. Ji Ziyue reminded him with good intentions, little Daoist, don't bet with him. He is a famous heartless Daoist. He always cheats and never makes a losing deal. Little princess of Ji family, you can't slander me. This Daoist has always been righteous. Duanda boasted shamelessly. TSK. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him and then turned to Yi Fan, little Daoist, I'll tell you the information for free. Don't listen to him. This Daoist thanks Miss Ji. Yi Fan nodded in thanks. In Li City, there was indeed news about the 9 secrets. It was all because of a tomb robber. Not long ago, in an ancient weapons shop in the North region, they bought a broken copper bell. They found the words 9 secrets on it and it caused a commotion. They carefully restored the ancient bell. From the hundreds of ancient words on it, they deduced that it was a funerary object. It was something unearthed from the grave of an ancient cultivator. There weren't many words on the broken copper bell and the records were very vague. It roughly recorded some of the deeds of the tomb owner. The last sentence simply mentioned that their family had passed down one of the 9 secrets. 9 secrets. Every secret had unbelievable effects. It was a supreme divine art that everyone dreamed of. It shook the past and present. It was because they were too powerful that they were split up in the distant past and lost in different parts of the world, never to be gathered again. The appearance of the copper bell was like a tsunami that struck people's minds, shocking them. That was because there were only 3 or 4 of the 9 secrets that were passed down in the world. The rest were almost all lost. If one of them appeared because of this, any sect would go crazy. It was definitely a priceless divine art. In that case, a tomb robber dug up a broken copper bell and triggered the news of the 9 secrets appearing? Yi Fan was surprised. Ji Ziyue nodded and said, unfortunately, when we found the tomb robber, he had already died mysteriously. Killed to keep his mouth shut? No, he seemed to have been cursed. Ancient cultivator tombs often have this kind of evil art. Ji Ziyue answered. The ancient weapons shop couldn't keep this secret. The news spread quickly. Many people deduced the approximate location from the vague records on the copper bell. It should be in Li City. Yi Fan stared at Duanda with an unfriendly expression and said, this news will spread very soon. Aren't you embarrassed to sell it to me for 10,000 kilograms of origin source? Duanda's face was flushed and he said, when the news spreads, it will lose its value. Now, it's all about the word early. The earlier we know, the better. In my opinion, it's worth 10,000 kilograms of origin source. You really know how to talk nonsense. Yi Fan didn't want to say anything more to him. The 9 secrets were a type of lost inheritance. It was very likely to be found here and reappear in the world. Yi Fan was very tempted. He had grasped 2 of them. No one knew better than him how terrifying these divine arts were. He was willing to exchange ancient scriptures for them. Daoist Duan, your footprints are all over the world. I wonder if there are any other clues we can find. How about we cooperate? Yao Shi said with a smile. I'm afraid we'll be killed by your holy land at the last moment. Duanda chuckled. How can that be? I'm just talking about the few of us. The forces behind us haven't arrived yet. Yao Shi smiled like a flower. I have some clues in my heart. I do need some helpers. Duanda's fat face showed that he was tempted. Brother Haoyue, what do you think? Yao Shi asked Ji Haoyue. The future divine king of Ji family didn't like Duanda very much. However, he knew that this fat Taoist was very mysterious and had some special methods. He wouldn't lose out if he cooperated with him. All right. Ji Haoyue nodded. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said, Daoist Duan, what clues do you have? I know. A long time ago, an unparalleled character came to Li City to search for the 9 secrets. I know a thing or two about the route he took. You even know the whereabouts of an unparalleled character? Ji Ziyue didn't believe it. This is a record I found in an ancient book. Of course I know. In that case, it should be something very long ago. Yao Shi was surprised. Duanda nodded and said, yes, very long ago. This proves that Li City definitely has one of the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, it's been lost for countless years. It's very likely buried underground. Even that unparalleled character didn't find the 9 secrets. So what if you know his clues? Yi Fan asked. He didn't leave empty-handed. He left behind some extremely valuable clues. Duanda chuckled and answered. Who is this unparalleled character you're talking about? Ji Haoyue frowned. The future divine king of Ji family. You always don't believe me. Alright, I'll tell you. He's Gai Jioyo from 8,000 years ago. What? Gai Jioyo from Middle Prefecture, everyone was shocked. This name was too famous. 8,000 years ago, Gai Jioyo's name shook Middle Prefecture and even spread to East Baron. He was invincible. Some people even thought that he might become a great emperor. In his later years, he came to East Baron. I think he was most likely buried here, Duanda answered. They all stared at Duanda with strange expressions. Duanda's hair stood on end. Why are you staring at me like that? Taoist Duan, did you dig up Gai Jioyo's tomb? We thought too badly of me. Am I that kind of person? Why would I dig up someone's tomb for no reason? Besides, no one knows where Gai Jioyo died. It's useless to talk about this. Let's find the 9 secrets, Ji Haoyue said in a deep voice. According to the record that Duanda had found, Gai Jioyo had indeed been here and left behind valuable clues. 15,000 years ago, there used to be an ancient family in Lizhou. They were very mysterious and kept a low profile. They were suspected to have cultivated the 9 secrets. As time passed, this ancient family had already disappeared in history. There are many ancient tombs outside Li City. We don't need to dig them up one by one. We just need to find the tomb of that ancient family. Maybe we'll find something amazing. When they left Li City, they saw many cultivators coming to Li City. Yi Fan first saw Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairan, the bandits, and Li Heishui. Then, he saw the little Pen King. This guy is here too. Don't tell me he's here to kill Yao Guang and Ji Haoyue? He knew how terrifying the little Pen King was. In the suburbs of Li City, there were many people in the tombs. Yao Shi immediately frowned. Duanda said, it's okay. In the past 15,000 years, Li City has changed its location several times. There are many places in the tombs that they can't find.